Chapter 2139. The earlier palm strike struck the node of this 50 kilometers of desolate plain, shaking the ground and creating large cracks. After he landed, he found himself in front of a newly formed underground tunnel. Then, according to his memory, Xiao Qin found this tunnel. According to his memory, Xiao Qin advanced through the many branches of the underground ice tunnel. Xiao Qin moved very slowly. As it was too cold, he had to stop occasionally to remove the ice from his alloy battle armor. 1 hour later, a dead end appeared in front of Xiao Qin, blocked by a thick layer of ice. At this depth, the underground ice was already as hard as divine material. Logically speaking, it should be very hard to break. However, if Xiao Qin did not go the wrong way, the ice wall in front should be a weak spot. Xiao Qin soared into the air and punched. He immediately felt his palm go numb, which was very uncomfortable. The ice blocking the way only left a faint mark, not much of a ripple. Did I remember wrongly? Xiao Qin let out a soft cry of surprise. Then he prepared to throw another punch. Cassier! Cassier! Cracks appeared in the ice wall in front. Then it exploded with a loud bang. Xiao Qin felt that something was wrong. He crossed his arms in front of him, and the formation in the alloy battle armor activated automatically, forming a lightning shield in front of him. Pa! However, it was still too late. Pa! The impact of the explosion instantly knocked Xiao Qin into the air. The entire underground once again shook violently. The ice above their heads seemed to be swaying as well, and pieces of ice and rocks kept falling off. Xiao Qin relaxed his hands and took a look. Then his expression changed slightly as he executed the divine firmament 9 variations. Like a sudden clap of thunder, he dashed towards the open passageway in front of him. Just as he disappeared, a figure appeared in front of him. The instant he disappeared, the ice wall behind him collapsed. When Xiao Qin looked back, the path he had come in was completely blocked. The terrain changed again. It will probably be difficult to turn back now. When Xiao Qin jumped down, he did not think too much about it. Now he discovered that it was indeed a problem. I should continue. As long as I can benefit the heavenly snow, divine flame, and the universe origin true flame, it will all be worth it. Following the route in his memory, Xiao Qin broke through the weak points one by one and connected them together, going deeper and deeper. The terrain fluctuated for a few times. The fighters who were training above ice and snow wilderness were all scared and didn't know what had happened. Found it! After a few twists and turns, Xiao Qin finally found a flame vein after walking underground for 6 hours. When Xiao Qin lowered his head and looked down, the surging flame vein was pure and dense. It was like a surging river flowing continuously. Even though Xiao Qin was 10,000 li high up in the sky, he could still feel the surging heat waves assaulting his face. Fortunately, he had alloy battle armor. Alloy was different from other divine materials, and it could not withstand heat. If the armor was made of other divine materials, even a postnatal divine body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Not only that, but the alloy war armor also had a very good heat insulation effect, greatly reducing the pressure on him. Such pure flame energy. Pleasant surprise filled Xiao Qin's eyes. He could not truly feel it when he was above ground. However, when he observed it up close, Xiao Qin knew that he had picked up a treasure. As long as Xiao Qin could absorb 1/10 of the flame in this flame vein, his universe origin true flame would probably immediately advance to rank 6. That would save him at least 100,000 faux god coins. As Xiao Qin stood above, his emotions fluctuated. He still felt like he was dreaming. He really had to thank the person controlling the mastiff to kill him. If not for that person, how could he have comprehended all things rejoicing together? How could he have comprehended the painting and obtained that drop of fiend blood? Otherwise, without the help of the fiend blood, Xiao Qin would not dare to say that he was a faux god. No matter how strong a divine vein realm sovereign emperor was, It would take at least 100 years to reach this place. Of course, it was more likely that they could not sense the 18 flame veins under the ice-fire wasteland. Boom! Xiao Chen opened his palm, and a clump of golden flame appeared. This was the universe origin true flame's origin flame, the heavenly flame that he obtained in the Kunlun realm. Go! Xiao Chen gently pushed, and this clump of origin flame slowly descended, hovering above the flame vein. The flame vein surged endlessly like a gushing river. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged, and his soul energy surged. Immediately, the origin flame spun endlessly. A suction force was emitted, and a loud sound rang out. Waves of fire surged up from the flame vein below, rushing towards the origin flame. The primordial true fire's origin flame was like a cultivator absorbing source liquid. It excitedly absorbed and refined the flames of the flame vein below. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and circulated his energy, unhurriedly controlling the universe origin true flame's origin flame to absorb and refine the flame in the flame vein below. How slow! 1 hour later, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The flame vein was vast and boundless. It was like the sea. Although the origin flame absorbed it quickly, it was still insignificant. At this rate, Xiao Chen would need to spend 2 or 3 years before he could absorb a tenth of this flame vein. No, I can't wait that long. Determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he stood up and looked at the flame vein, entering deep thought. The flame vein surged and surged nonstop. Where was it heading? Are the other flame veins also surging endlessly, gathering in the same direction? If I can find the location where these flame veins gather, I can save a lot of effort. However, just this one flame vein was somewhat unbearable. How horrifying would the location where 18 flame veins gathered be? Go for it. After hesitating for only a second, Xiao Chen made up his mind. He leaped up and withdrew the universe origin true flame's origin flame into his body, then jumped into the flame vein. Whoosh! The flame vein surged at least 10 times faster than Xiao Chen's movement technique. Amid the surging flame, Xiao Chen used his veritable essence energy to fully activate the alloy battle armor, allowing himself to avoid being swallowed up by the flame vein. That was close. Fortunately, my alloy battle armor has reached 2-star. Otherwise, I would not have been able to endure it. Using the alloy battle armor, Xiao Chen barely managed to endure the flame veins torrent. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. All that remained was to follow the flow of the flame vein and enter the place where the 18 flame veins gathered. As time passed, Xiao Chen found it increasingly unbearable. Even with the alloy battle armor protecting him, he could not withstand it. Even with the alloy battle armor, his physical body was already bright red, looking like it was about to be cooked. Xiao Chen knew that he was getting closer to the other flame veins. The greatest challenge would be when the other flame veins gathered. The 18 flame veins were split into yin and yang. 9 were extreme yin and 9 were extreme yang. They crisscrossed, appearing complicated and ever-changing. Master, your alloy battle armor seems to be softening. The demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. When he looked carefully, he saw that the alloy battle armor was indeed slowly softening. Such a discovery immediately flustered Xiao Chen. This was the alloy battle armor's self-protection method. If the alloy battle armor could not endure it in the end, it would liquefy and flow back into the gloves. At that time, Xiao Chen would be in big trouble. What should I do? Without the protection of the alloy battle armor, I will melt in less than 7 minutes in this flame vein. Even if the acquired divine body awakened once, it was still a body of flesh and blood. Unless one was a true pure-blooded true dragon, one would not be able to endure such heat waves. The rate at which the alloy battle armor softened suddenly increased. This startled Xiao Chen. Oh no, I'm about to reach the place where the 18 flame veins gather. It's over. I'm going to die in this damn place. The alloy battle armor softened into a silver liquid and slowly flowed back into the gloves. However, Shao Qin still headed for the flame veins involuntarily. The 18 flame veins that swept through the entire ice-fire wasteland gathered here. Just one flame vein was already somewhat unbearable for Shao Qin. Now he was at the place where the 18 flame veins gathered and had lost the protection of the alloy battle armor. How could he survive? With this thought, Shao Qin felt that his life would end here. His physical body grew hotter. Shao Qin's consciousness turned blurry from the roasting, and his breathing became weak. In his daze, Shao Qin's physical body sank continuously. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Shao Qin understood that the 18 flame veins had completely gathered together. Then he fainted. In his daze, Shao Qin opened his eyes and discovered that he was at the bottom of a lake. His physical body was swimming slowly. I'm not dead. 9 flame veins were about to roast me to death. To think that 18 flame veins gathered and did not kill me on the spot. As far as the eye could see, it was actually a clear lake. Am I dead or alive? Why am I hallucinating? The place where the 18 flame veins gathered is actually a lake? Chapter 2140. Illusion or reality? The ice-fire wasteland where the 18 flame veins gathered was actually a clear lake. The light and shadow were mottled, and the lake water was distorted. It was both a dream and an illusion. Shao Qin was bewildered. For a moment, he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Feeling confused, Shao Qin suddenly discovered that the little demonic Qi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy in his body were circulating on their own, forming a weak Taiji force field around him. A Taiji diagram even appeared under his feet. He didn't die. Shao Qin was sure that he wasn't dead. Everything he saw was real and not an illusion. Slowly calming down, Zhang Xian looked around and fell into deep thought. This lake is not water in the ordinary sense, Shao Qin suddenly understood. 9 flame veins were extreme yin, and 9 flame veins were extreme yang. The place where yin and yang met was actually a stretch of primal chaos. In reality, it contained chaotic force, making it extremely dangerous. If an ordinary person tried to sneak in recklessly, they would definitely die. His yin and yang would definitely be reversed, and he would not be able to control everything about his body. In the best-case scenario, he would suffer from cultivation deviation. In the worst-case scenario, he would die within the chaotic flame vein. The only reason he could survive was because of the Taiji force field. Shao Qin separated the flame veins, which were in a state of primal chaos, into yin and yang. Then he found a place where the 18 flame veins gathered. I see. Shao Qin had a look of realization. The scene before him was an eye-opener. When the 18 flame veins gathered, the primal chaos it produced was actually clear lake water. No one else would be able to imagine this, let alone enjoy the scenery as calmly as he did. Danger lurked everywhere in the primal chaos. One option was to forcefully break through and reach the faux god realm. Otherwise, only Shao Qin could do it, breaking through force with skill and separating yin and yang, balancing the 9 extreme yin flame veins and 9 extreme yang flame veins. Good chance. Here I can cultivate the universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame at the same time. Moreover, I can comprehend the Tao here and increase my cultivation. It's equivalent to killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Shao Qin calmly analyzed in his heart. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Swoosh! He sat cross-legged and placed his hands on his knees, palms facing the sky. In the next moment, the heavenly snow divine flame's origin flame in his left hand burned, and the universe origin true flame's origin flame appeared in his right hand. The 2 primal chaos grade flames began to absorb the yin-attributed and yang-attributed flames in the lake at the same time. The Tai Chi diagram beneath them gradually became clearer. As the flame in Xiao Chen's palm grew stronger, the Taiji diagram beneath him gave off a faint light that looked solid. Xiao Chen closed his eyes. At some point in time, 2 balls of origin source appeared in his palm. As if it had come to life, it swam down agilely like a fish. The flame veins chased each other in the water, forming an even more realistic Taiji force field that frenziedly absorbed the flame veins' essence. After an unknown period of time, sparks appeared at the bottom of the clear lake. These sparks were like stars shining at the bottom of the water. When it saw Xiao Chen, it swam toward him like a moth flying into a flame. They were densely packed and layered upon one another. Xiao Chen was completely unaware that he was comprehending the Tao at the bottom of the lake and had sunk into a rather profound state. All the injuries on his body had recovered, and his condition was like that of a baby in his mother's womb. It was indescribably mysterious. The ice-fire wasteland was divided into the periphery, the inner area, and the core. The periphery occupied half of the area. Previously, Xiao Chen had been hunting mastiffs in the periphery. People called him the dog-killing mad demon, one of the tyrants of the periphery. The inner area of the ice-fire wasteland was a mysterious frost forest. Many ice crystals wrapped in silver grew there. These ice crystals looked like crystals, transparent and crystalline. Their entire bodies were covered in white snow, giving them an ancient and heavy feel. Every tree was at least 10,000 years old. Many crafty and strong foe beasts lived in them. Half-step sovereign emperor experts or other sovereign personages who dared to take risks would come here for experiential training. Experiential training here was much more dangerous than in the periphery. One could die at any moment. Although the inner area was dangerous, most people understood it or had occasionally gone in for experiential training. However, the core of the ice-fire wasteland was extremely mysterious. Many people did not even know what the core looked like. Only the true experts among sovereign personages dared to venture deep into the core and take the risk. On this day, a group of people arrived at the periphery of the ice-fire wasteland's core. These were the Universe Origin sect disciples who mocked Xiao Chen for killing dogs back then. All of them had extraordinary appearances, standing out from the crowd. The leader, Fang Xiaobai, looked the most elegant. "Senior Brother Fang, we have arrived." This group of people exuded strong killing qi. Clearly, they had experienced many dangerous battles here. Fang Xiaobai remained silent as he looked to the front. A vast and boundless sea of fire lay before him. Outsiders would not be able to imagine that the center of this continent made of ice was actually an extremely horrifying sea of fire. The sea of fire surged, alternating between hot and cold, looking extremely strange. The surging heat materialized many mysterious phenomena. Just a wave surging over was equivalent to a peak strike from a half-step sovereign emperor. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. The scariest thing was that the sea of fire had yet to separate yin and yang. It was filled with primal chaos, unfathomable and impossible to deal with. Fang Xiaobai showed an extremely cautious expression as he faced this sea of fire. Needless to say, the other disciples were even more cautious. Most of the Universe Origin sect disciples were skilled with the Fire Tao. Many of them even comprehended the Fire Tao domain. But it was useless. In this sea of flames, yin and yang had yet to be separated, and everything was chaotic. The slightest carelessness would cause one to burn while playing with fire. Thus, they had to be even more careful than those who were not proficient in the Tao of Fire. It looks like the people of the profound Heaven Holy Land, the Hidden Spirit Temple, and the Bushin Palace are one step ahead of us. After looking around, Fang Xiaobai muttered to himself as he looked at the sea of fire. "Senior Martial Brother, don't worry. The ice-fire divine origin won't be born any time soon. It's useless even if they go." Fang Xiaobai said softly, "I'm not worried about that. I'm just afraid that these people will work together in advance. Never mind. Let's take out the yin-yang flame, parrying pearl, and enter as well. At this moment, Fang Xiaobai thought of having the alloy battle armor again. The group of people took out their fire-repelling pearls and placed them in their mouths. Immediately, a bright and dark-colored enchantment appeared around them. So. With the yin-yang fire-parrying pearl, the few of them were able to step into the sea of fire without worry. Otherwise, staying in there for too long would be suicide. It was the same for the other super forces. They all had similar secret treasures. Otherwise, in this sea of fire, not to mention preserving one's strength, even surviving would be a problem. As the sea of fire surged, the group advanced cautiously. Although there was no rush to obtain the Ice-Fire Divine Origin, the other 3 super factions had already taken the lead. They could not delay any longer. Fang Xiaobai's strength was outstanding, so he led the way. Occasionally, huge waves surged over. The surging flames looked horrifying, looking like they would swallow up the world. They were like the ferocious maw of a huge void beast. Bang! Every time a fierce wave surged over, Fang Xiaobai did not dodge. He simply threw a palm strike with a cold expression. The originally gentle, elegant, and handsome Fang Xiaobai seemed like a completely different person when he attacked. He was like a wild beast, his aura bursting out as he threw a palm strike. The palm wind containing the Tao roared ferociously, erupting with thousands of light images. The light images were like swords, as resplendent as the sun. They forcefully split the fierce waves, not dodging at all. Senior brother, junior brother, Lu can't hold on any longer. When Fang Xiaobai looked back, he saw that a disciple had accidentally cracked his fire-parrying pearl. When the primal chaos flames invaded the disciple, he immediately found it extremely unbearable, unable to advance or retreat. Fang Xiaobai only glanced at the disciple before saying indifferently, "And your own life?" That disciple immediately showed an anxious expression. "Senior brother, save me." "You got careless and you want me to save you? If I save you now, how are you going to fight the others when we reach Flame Island?" Fang Xiaobai did not have any intention of saving that disciple. He said indifferently, "If you are not following, then just accompany him." The others immediately felt very anxious. They ignored their companion, whose fire-parrying pearl had been broken, and quickly followed Fang Xiaobai. "Senior brother, senior brother." That person's voice sounded very shrill, flustering the others. However, Fang Xiaobai's expression did not change at all. These people risked following him because they wanted to obtain the Ice-Fire Divine Origin and obtain the corresponding benefits. Since that was the case, they should know to bear the risks themselves. After half a day, Fang Xiaobai used another palm strike to split the fierce waves. The indistinct figures of some people appeared at the limits of his vision amid the heat waves. "We are almost there." Fang Xiaobai put in more effort and increased his speed. After-images appeared behind him. The after-images were like fire, burning fiercely like intense flames. Soon, the scene at the limits of his vision appeared before Fang Xiaobai. Many average-sized islands appeared in front. When he counted them, there were 18 of them. Technically, it would be more appropriate to call them submerged reefs. This was because these islands only had a radius of 100 meters. The smaller ones were only 10 meters wide. However, these submerged reefs were very important to these people. Yin and yang were everywhere in the primal chaos flame sea. There was no pattern to it. It would be extreme yin at one moment and extreme yang at another, making it exceptionally uncomfortable. Only the submerged reefs had fixed yin and yang, either extreme yin or extreme yang. Only by stepping on the submerged reefs could one truly gain a foothold. At this moment, many people occupied the various islands. When these people saw Fang Xiaobai appear, their expressions changed at the same time. In the faux god world, reaching Sovereign Emperor meant that one's cultivation had reached perfection and one needed to leave. After the many old people left, Fang Xiaobai could be said to be the leader of the Universe Origin sex group. Everyone had experienced Fang Xiaobai's strength long ago. His ruthlessness inspired fear. After Fang Xiaobai stood still, he casually glanced around, and his face immediately sank. Whoosh! The other universe origin sect disciples behind Fang Xiaobai slowly caught up. When they saw this, they immediately cursed. 18 submerged reefs of various sizes were occupied. The people of the profound Heaven Holy Land, Bushan Palace, and the Hidden Spirit Temple occupied all 18 submerged reefs, not leaving a single one for the universe origin sect. Indeed, these people had reached an agreement in advance. The thing that Xiao Qin worried about the most happened. Fang Xiaobai showed a cold expression as he gently flung his sleeves. He said, "Everyone, are you going to give up some islands on your own initiative? Or do you want this Fang to make a move and start a massacre?" Chapter 2141. Will everyone take the initiative to give up some islands? Or will this Fang make a move and start a massacre? Fang Xiaobai's words sounded very threatening. At this moment, the 3 clans each occupied 6 of the 18 submerged reefs. They had rested for many days, building up their strength. Compared to the travel-worn Fang Xiaobai and the others, who rushed over, they were in much better condition. In reality, even if Fang Xiaobai and the others were in perfect condition, the leaders of the other 3 clans would not fear them. However, this Fang Xiaobai was a ruthless person. When he attacked, he did not hold back. Once Fang Xiaobai set his sights on someone, he would fight to the death. He was as difficult to deal with as a madman, giving others a headache. Aside from Fang Xiaobai, the others also saw that the Universe Origin sect had sent several experts. The 2 people beside Fang Xiaobai were the top 10 Universe Origin sect disciples in the faux god world. They were half-step sovereign emperors. Their Tao domains merged with their souls and formed divine seals. The rest were heaven-defying sovereign personages. Without exception, they were all elites. With the 3 clans working together, they could suppress the other side. However, if a fight broke out, it would be problematic. Someone might even die. The leaders of the profound Heaven Holy Land, Bushan Palace, and the Hidden Spirit Temple discussed with each other and gave up 3 islands. When Fang Xiaobai saw the situation, he snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Obtaining 3 islands was already pretty good. After all, his side had arrived late, so he could not blame others. If a fight really broke out, aside from Fang Xiaobai and his 2 half-step Sovereign Emperor Junior brothers, the others would not have a good ending. With the 3 clans working together, they could crush them. Everyone, get on the island and recover your strength first. Whoosh! After Fang Xiaobai and the others landed on the island, they immediately took out the yin-yang fire-parting pearls. Then they sat down cross-legged and quickly recovered the veritable essence energy they exhausted along the way. At the same time, they warily watched the other 3 clans. 2 people stood side by side on the largest island occupied by the Bushan Palace. One person wore fluttering white robes and had a scarlet mark on his forehead, giving off a cold and sinister aura. The other person wore azure and showed off his sharpness, appearing unruly and unruly. One of these 2 was by Yunfei, the White Marsh Beast Empire's by Clan Young Master. The other was the Hound Lion Empire's Crown Prince, Xiahou. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. The 2 of them had some grudges with Xiao Qin, and they both appeared in the Void God Realm. Xiahou looked at Fang Xiaobai, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "This Fang Xiaobai is really arrogant and despotic. He is not a royal court disciple of the Tianwu dynasty, yet he dares to be so unbridled before us." Bai Yunfei said indifferently, "Although he is not a member of the royal family, the Fang clan of the Tianwu dynasty is the head of the 4 great clans. Currently, the clan head is conferred the title of Prince Jin. More importantly, the Fang family's position in the primordial sect is firm. Their patriarch is one of the 8 flame protectors of the primordial sect. His status is not much lower than that of the royal family's disciples. Compared to the two of us, Xiahou Zun said disdainfully. Bai Yunfei said, after some thought, it's hard to say. The crucial thing is that the other two clans might not be on the same side as us. That Mu Yinzhu is not someone to offend. If we fight rashly and he sneak attacks us, all our efforts will be for naught. That Baldi Yuanzhen is not someone to be trifled with. The leaders of the four superforces were all scheming people. They did not trust each other too much. Everyone came for the ice-fire divine origin. However, there was only one ice-fire divine origin. At that time, they would definitely fight over it. Of the 18 submerged reefs, 9 were extreme yin and 9 extreme yang, forming a circle in the vast flame sea. This place was the core of the entire ice-fire wasteland. The ice-fire divine origin was born here. Senior Brother Mu, what exactly is this ice-fire divine origin? A disciple on the profound Heaven Holy Land's submerged reef asked Mu Yinzhu. Mu Yinzhu looked around and replied softly, "The ice-fire divine origin is similar to the origin liquid we exchanged for in the Holy Domain's divine capital. However, it is of a much higher grade. It can be said to be the embodiment of the entire ice-fire wasteland's essence. It is born only once every 3 years. Compared to ordinary origin liquid, its quality is 10 times, even 100 times, or even 1,000 times higher. More importantly, origin liquid does not have an attribute. However, this ice-fire divine origin contains an attribute. If you cultivate one of the great Tao in it, the wondrous effects you will obtain are simply indescribable. There was once a person who instantly broke through the bottleneck of his Tao domain after refining one of the divine origin. That was equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. Do you think it is precious or not? Furthermore, it comes from the same source as ice and fire. When two completely contradictory attributes are combined, it is something worth studying in the first place. Even if you do not use it, you can sell it to a faux god expert and obtain boundless benefits. The person who asked the question immediately felt an irrepressible desire. Unexpectedly, the ice-fire divine origin was such a wondrous item with a startling value. If it were not startling, it would not have attracted the experts of the 4 superfactions. Mu Yinzhu remained rather calm. He said seriously, "Don't overthink. The people from the Universe Origin sect, Bushin Palace, and the Hidden Spirit Temple are not easy to deal with. It is hard to say whether they can obtain the ice-fire divine origin or not." As Mu Yinzhu spoke, he glanced at Bai Yunfei, deep fear flashing in his eyes. If Fang Xiaobai was a mad dog that no one dared to offend, then this Bai Yunfei was a venomous snake. Even sovereign emperors feared his 1,000-taste red. The poison could penetrate deep into the soul. If one was not careful, one would be consigned to eternal damnation. Then Mu Yinzhu looked at the Hidden Spirit Temple's monks. All of them looked benevolent. However, he knew that they were not kind people. In this vast flame sea, the monks who cultivated the Buddhist sect's indestructible iron body had the greatest advantage in terms of their physical bodies. The leaders of the 4 factions all harbored strange thoughts. They all feared each other, thinking of how to snatch the ice-fire divine origin that was about to appear. Rumble. Suddenly, the 18 submerged reefs started shaking. 18 pillars of fire soared into the sky from the surrounding sea of fire. The fiery light was as dazzling as mercury. After they soared into the sky, they spread out like fireworks. The sky immediately looked very beautiful, like thousands of flowers blooming. Fang Xiaobai, Xiahou Zun, Mu Yinzhu, and the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuanzhen all showed joy on their faces. Then they turned extremely grave. After waiting for 10 days, this sunny day has finally arrived. The Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuanjin said softly as he looked at the beautiful sky. A sunny day was a sign of the ice-fire divine origin's birth. With a sunny day, The ice fire divine origin would not be far from appearing. Everyone be careful. If the flames that fall later are not small, you might lose your life. In the great thousand realms, anyone who was overly beautiful would avoid it. This sunny day was no exception. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the fireworks fell, the disciples of the four superfactions started executing their various means, either dodging or forcibly scattering the falling fireworks. A loud sound immediately erupted. An inconspicuous wisp of flame suddenly appeared. The seemingly unremarkable clump of flames actually rivaled the peak strike of a half-step sovereign emperor. Some of them even surpassed it. Of the four superfactions, the Hidden Spirit Temple's monks were the most relaxed. These monks all cultivated the Buddhist sect's indestructible iron body cultivation technique. The advantage of their physical bodies was evident. They could even endure this flame head-on without much problem. Whoosh! The fireworks slowly scattered, and gurgling sounds came from the center of the 18 submerged reefs. Closely following that, a beam of light soared into the sky and scattered the sunny day. "It's coming," Feng Xiaobai said after some thought, raising his guard to the highest. The ice-fire divine origin was about to be born. At this moment, no one could remain calm. The surrounding disciples all showed grave expressions. Their auras had already started clashing in secret, causing the flame sea to surge and roar. Waves surged up and down, rising and falling. All sorts of terrifying, mysterious phenomena appeared in the surroundings. However, the group remained unmoved, showing calm expressions. Even when the flame waves surged over like ferocious beasts, they did not move at all, only staring at the sea region where the pillar of light was. It seemed like something was slowly rising in the flaming sea region, bathed in the golden pillar of light. Soon, this item charged out of the flame sea, revealing a corner. It was a budding lotus flower. The two-colored flames and leaves were wrapped together in layers, flickering with two-colored flowing lights, attracting people's wild and fanciful thoughts. To think that there are 360 lotus leaves. The ice-fire divine origin that is born this time is probably the most in the past 1,000 years. The previous time the ice-fire divine origin was born, there were less than 100 lotus leaves. That was already very rare. This time, there are 360 lotus leaves. This is probably the limit of what the ice-fire wasteland can produce. There is nothing stronger than this. After seeing the number of lotus leaves, Mu Yunju and the others became utterly excited, their hearts thumping wildly. Their eyes flickered with a fiery light, filled with desire. The universe origin Sex Feng Xiaobai thought coldly, to think that it is the most in the past 1,000 years. I have to obtain this ice-fire divine origin. After obtaining the fire divine origin, my universe origin true flame will definitely advance from rank 6 to rank 7. While Feng Xiaobai thought this, the others were thinking the same. After going through so much trouble to come to this dangerous flame, sea, they actually found the best ice-fire divine origin in the past 1,000 years. No one was willing to hand it over. Everyone was determined to obtain it. The lotus petals fell off one by one, and the ice-fire divine origin was about to reveal itself. Everyone held their breath at this moment. However, when all the lotus petals fell off, a person sat cross-legged on a lotus platform amid the bright light. Feng Xiaobai swallowed back the words attack that he was about to say, completely flabbergasted. What the heck? Where is the ice-fire divine origin? It was not just Feng Xiaobai. Anyone who saw a person sitting on the lotus that gave birth to the divine origin would be flabbergasted, their brains short-circuiting. Chapter 2142. What's going on? Based on the pattern of the past, shouldn't the ice-fire divine origin appear when the lotus flower bloomed? Why is there a person? Everyone was stunned. They could not understand what was going on. Where's the ice-fire divine origin? Who can tell me what's going on? Heavens! Why is there a person living in the lotus flower? This feeling was driving them crazy. Originally, there were 360 lotus petals. The ice-fire divine origin that blossomed should have been the greatest in the past 1,000 years. Feng Xiaobai and the others were already incredibly excited, waiting for the moment the lotus flower bloomed to take action. However, that was not the case at all. Their moods immediately changed. Senior Brother Feng, he is the dog-killing mad demon, the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Qin. Someone beside Feng Xiaobai shouted as he pointed at Xiao Qin after recognizing him. Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun exchanged glances. The two knew that Xiao Qin had joined the Heavenly Alliance and that he was in the Holy Domain's divine capital. However, they did not care about him. After more than a year, Xiao Qin had vanished without a trace. No one cared about breaking the Trial Tower's record. Why is this fellow here? Xiahou Zun asked, feeling suspicious. Of course, Bai Yunfei could not explain it. No matter how hard he thought, he could not figure out how Xiao Qin came out of the lotus flower. We just need to capture him and ask him clearly, Bai Yunfei said indifferently. Back then, when Xiao Qin escaped from his hands in Cloudwater Marsh, he had embarrassed himself before the dragon god crown prince. Unexpectedly, they met again in such a manner. Xiahou Zun said indifferently, that's true. We just need to capture him and interrogate him. This way, we can settle old and new grudges together. On the lotus platform, Xiao Qin opened his eyes, feeling warm all over. As he looked around, his heart skipped a beat, filled with doubt and confusion. He had been cultivating and comprehending the Tao in the water, refining the universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame at the same time. He found it boundlessly profound, forgetting about everything else. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself in this place. He could not understand it. Xiao Qin felt very warm and comfortable. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he suddenly heard the sound of wind. It was Xia Hozuan making the first move. Xiao Qin ruthlessly threw a palm strike at Xiao Qin. This palm was boundlessly domineering and contained a powerful aura of the Great Path. Its body was supported by the might of the Great Path, and it was as heavy as a mountain and indestructible. The seemingly ordinary palm strike had, in fact, already unleashed its greatest power in a situation where it was caught off guard. Xiao Qin opened his eyes and did not understand what was going on. He reflexively threw a palm strike. Boom! A Taiji diagram appeared under the lotus platform. When the two palms clashed, a Taiji diagram appeared. Catching Xia Hozuan off guard, Xia Hozuan, who was charging over, was immediately blown away. On, Xiao Xiao on he, Xiao Xiao Qin, on, Tian. True, Xiao, on, Xiao Xiao on, Xiao Xiao on, fire, true on, Xiao is Xiao Xiao on he, this stunned Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, who had just advanced from great perfection, sovereign personage, to peak sovereign personage, immediately reached peak consummation. Xiao Qin's cultivation reached consummation as a sovereign personage. This was completely unexpected. Xiao Qin estimated that even in the faux god world, he would need to cultivate for 1 or 2 years before he could truly reach consummation. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin had just broken through to great perfection, sovereign personage, before he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he reached consummation. Xiao Qin had an acquired divine body, a great desolate Ian bloodline, and cultivated the purple thunder divine incantation. Along the way to sovereign personage, Xiao Qin had accumulated a lot of accumulations. Once he reached consummation, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Xiao Qin's expression did not change as he looked around again, not to mention the others' expressions of wanting to swallow him up. Just by Yunfei, Xiahou Zun, and Mu Yunju, these 3 old acquaintances, would be more than enough to deal with. Although Xiao Qin did not understand what happened, since these 3 were here, There was no room for him to maneuver. When Xiahou Zun landed, he looked at Xiao Chun with some shock. The ice-fire divine origin. He must have refined the ice-fire divine origin. Where did the ice-fire divine origin go? Be honest, Feng Xiaobai shouted as he looked coldly at Xiao Qin. The murderous qi he exuded was somewhat terrifying. Mahamaya abstinence violation technique, Buddha in the mortal realm. However, before Feng Xiaobai finished speaking, a Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a supreme killing Buddha descended from the sky. Bang! The instant the killing Buddha descended, it kicked up an overwhelming wave before it even attacked. The surging flame waves surged out in all directions. Immediately, the cultivators on the submerged reef had no choice but to dodge. Boom! When the killing Buddha made its move, the sea region turned completely chaotic. The surrounding cultivators were thrown into disarray. Xiao Qin took advantage of the chaos to stand up. As he hovered in the air, he turned his head to look at the lotus platform. After thinking for a while, he waved his right hand and placed the lotus platform in his storage ring. Divine Firmament 9 changes, traceless lightning shadow, leaving behind a faint purple mark. Xiao Qin leaped out of the encirclement and headed to the front. When everything calmed down, Feng Xiaobai and the others were in somewhat sorry states. They all showed rage on their faces. To think that this Xiao Chun dared to take the initiative to attack them. Xiao Chun was truly bold, seeking death for himself. Where is he? When everyone looked carefully, they discovered that Xiao Chen's figure had vanished. He was no longer where he had been. The expression of the hidden spirit temples, Yuan Zhen, changed slightly. The lotus platform was gone. In reality, this group of hidden spirit temple disciples did not come for the Icefire Lotus platform, but for the Icefire Lotus platform. However, now that the Lotus platform was gone, they immediately felt flustered. He is there! He ran away! Someone shouted. When everyone looked back, they saw Xiao Chen quickly fleeing far away in the vast flame sea. After him. We absolutely cannot let him get away. If they let Xiao Chen escape from under their noses, they would be utterly embarrassed. If word of this got out, they would become a huge joke. Where is this place? Xiao Qin, who was quickly moving forward, frowned slightly. He did not get far in the vast flame sea, but he was startled. The flame sea did not differentiate between yin and yang. The extreme yin and extreme yang flowed without any pattern. There was no way to resist it. Xiao Qin quickly activated the alloy battle armor. Fortunately, the softened alloy battle armor had already recovered. With a thought, the 2-star alloy battle armor instantly covered Xiao Qin, blocking most of the heat wave. When the alloy battle armor covered his entire body, Xiao Chun released his bated breath. However, his expression remained grave. None of the large group of people behind him were easy to deal with. There were at least 10 half-step sovereign emperors. This was especially so for Feng Xiaobai and the others. Even though Xiao Chen's cultivation had improved significantly, he was not confident of victory. What exactly happened for this group of peak outstanding talents to gather here? Xiao Qin felt somewhat confused. He could not figure out what was going on. Furthermore, the people behind him were hot on his heels, so he did not have time to think. Stay behind! A loud shout came from behind Xiao Qin. It was Feng Xiaobai. He took the lead, chasing at the very front. Feng Xiaobai's shout contained the Tao. It sounded like spring thunder, resounding in Xiao Chen's ears. Half-step sovereign emperor. This was a half-step sovereign emperor. The Tao domain merged with the soul to form a divine seal. With one roar, the sound waves conveyed the soul and linger endlessly. When Xiao Qin first met Mu Yinzhu on the comprehension platform, he suffered greatly at the other party's hands. However, Xiao Chun was no longer the same as before. Naturally, he would not suffer from the same method twice. The moment the other party's voice rang out, dragon roars erupted from Xiao Chen's body. A blue dragon circled him, and his hot-bloodedness surged. Roar! 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 Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and the sound waves clashed in the vast flame sea. A loud explosion that was louder than the previous one set off a huge wave that shook the heavens. The sun and moon shining together, mysterious phenomenon instantly appeared, allowing the light of the sun and the moon to enter Xiao Chen's body. This series of moves was completed in an instant, allowing Xiao Chen to block the other party's sound waves from entering his soul. However, this delay delayed Xiao Chen for the blink of an eye. It was this blink of an eye that gave Fang Xiaobai an opportunity. Great Gale Force! Fang Xiaobai threw a palm strike. His Wind Dao domain had already reached the second layer. This palm strike brought out its full might. This palm strike sent the surrounding 500,000 kilometers of the flame sea flying like a castle, looking very horrifying. Then it shattered. The strong wind was like countless sharp blades slicing through it, extinguishing all the flames for 500,000 kilometers. Before Xiao Chen, who was in the middle of the flames, could react, he got knocked into the air along with the flames. The strong wind was like a knife, extinguishing the flames and blowing them away, exposing Xiao Chen in the air. Dang! 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 Countless strong winds struck the alloy battle armor, producing tinkling sounds. When the strong winds scattered, blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips. As Xiao Chen watched Fang Xiaobai arrive with the wind, the others chased closely behind him. With this delay, they would probably catch up. The Faux God Realm is indeed a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Xiao Chen said calmly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If not for the alloy battle armor blocking most of the power of that palm, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Seeing that his killing move injured Xiao Chen, Fang Xiaobai shouted coldly and descended from the sky, sending another palm strike at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Did this fellow think that he had stopped because he no longer had a chance to retaliate? Such arrogance! It seems like this is all there is to it. In that case, I will take back my words. So-called geniuses were nothing more than this. Taiji was divided into yin and yang. Xiao Chen gently pushed his palms to the left and right, and the Taiji force field spread out. Yin and yang merged under his feet. A chaotic sea of fire instantly stabilized. Suddenly, the violent and chaotic sea of fire magically calmed down. As Fang Xiaobai charged over, his expression changed slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Why did it feel like someone was suppressing the energy of the sea of fire? Did you notice it? It's too late, explode! Xiao Chen roared, and the Taiji force field instantly exploded. The violent sea of fire that had been forcibly separated burst out with an even more violent momentum as Xiao Chen's palm strike. Chapter 2143. Xiao Chen used the Taiji Dao to forcefully suppress the primal chaos energy in the primal chaos flame sea. When Fang Xiaobai charged over, he released the force of his palm strike. The primal chaos flame sea, which had been suppressed for a long time, clashed with Fang Xiaobai's palm strike in an even more berserk manner. Puchi! Fang Xiaobai immediately vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Cracks appeared in the yin flame, parrying pearl on his body. Without the fire-repelling pearl, it would be hard for him to keep his life in the chaos flame sea. So. Figures flickered, and Buddhist light broke through the waves. It was a group of disciples from the hidden spirit temple. While they were fighting, they caught up. This group of monks all cultivated the indestructible Vajra body. Xiao Chen's physical body held a great advantage in this primal chaos flame sea. He unhurriedly followed after Fang Xiaobai. The group of monks had their palms clasped together. Buddhist light shone behind their heads, making them look holy and solemn. However, he didn't feel any pity for Shao Qin. He chased after him and landed next to Shao Qin. Without saying a word, he attacked. Every move was fierce and domineering, containing a great amount of strength. The fleshly body was as hard as a divine material. When Shao Qin's fist light landed on his opponent's body, a crisp metallic sound rang out. In the boundless sea of fire, Shao Qin fought and retreated without much fear. The 10,000 dragons picture appeared indistinctly behind Shao Qin. He used the supreme dragon fist to clash head-on with the hidden spirit temple disciples. Dragon roars rang out, and countless dragon images leaped about in the sea of flames. From time to time, they would soar in the sky, and from time to time, they would dive to the bottom of the sea. The many hidden spirit temple disciples linked their fist lights together, spreading out a Buddhist light. The 8 tribes heaven dragon, the Buddha preaching, the Bodhi discussing the Tao. All sorts of Buddhist phenomena appeared one after another. Although these people's cultivation techniques were varied, they all came from Buddhism. When they attacked together, the phenomenon of Buddhism linked together, as if a pure land of gods and Buddhas had appeared. However, Shao Qin did not fall into a disadvantageous position under such pressure. He retreated as he fought, and he didn't panic in the slightest. Ouch! How can this person's physical body be stronger than ours? How could this be? Even at close range, you are still unable to instantly capture him? Although the expressions of the hidden spirit temple disciples did not change, they were already complaining in their hearts. In close combat, the group of people fought one after another, relying on the advantage of the indestructible Vajra body. They wanted to directly suppress Shao Qin. But the result was the complete opposite. After exchanging a few punches, it was their bodies that couldn't take it anymore. Acquired divine body. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Zhen, who had not made a move all this while. Suddenly he said, "Benefactor Shao is really astonishing. To think that you managed to cultivate an acquired divine body. This is truly admirable. However, you're only one person in the end and won't be able to hold on for long. If you hand over the ice and fire lotus platform, we'll stop here." Shao Qin raised his eyebrows and smiled softly. "If not for me having some relationship with your hidden spirit temple, I would not have been so polite long ago. As long as I am in this primal chaos flame sea, I will be undefeatable, no matter how many people there are. So what? I did not seek trouble for you, but you wanted my lotus platform." Yuan Zhen felt slightly stunned. Naturally, he did not know about the matter between Shao Qin and the little monk. However, Yuan Zhen recognized the Buddha in the mortal realm that Shao Qin executed earlier. This was the Buddhist sect forbidden technique, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Yuan Zhen could not help feeling suspicious. Could it be that he really has some relationship with my temple? "Stop!" Yuan Zhen shouted. The many hidden spirit temple disciples immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Yuan Zhen's command, they all stopped and retreated. When Shao Qin saw the situation, he also heaved a sigh of relief. This group of monks was a tough nut to crack. If this continued, Shao Qin would not have it easy. In the end, he would have to take out the Buddhist sect's golden letter to stop this group of people. "You are really decisive." Shao Qin glanced at Yuan Zhen and praised him. Then he immediately moved far away. "Senior brother, why did you make a move? Are you just going to let him go?" The group of hidden spirit temple disciples looked at Yuan Zhen in confusion, finding this strange. Yuan Zhen said after some thought, "The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique that this person executed is called in the mortal realm. It happens to be something that our temple has. If there is no connection, it is impossible to learn this saber technique. He does have Buddha nature, so it is really difficult to judge his identity. I will go back and ask my master." Whoosh! A figure quickly flew by. Yuan Zhen took a look and saw that it was the profound heaven Holy Land's Mu Yanju. He could not help but think that even if he let Rang go, it would not be easy for him to walk out of this vast sea of fire. Not long after Xiao Chen left, Mu Yunju caught up to him and gave chase. Although Fang Xiaobai's group was slower than Fang Xiaobai and Yuan Zhen's group, they did not suffer any interference. He immediately pushed his movement technique to the limit and finally caught up. Half a year ago you refused my challenge. I thought you were a coward. Now it seems that you are really good at enduring. Mu Yunju said seriously as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Based on the strength that Xiao Chen displayed, it was clear that he could hold his own against Mu Yunju. This person's mental state was very calm. No matter what the ice-fire divine origin was, Mu Yunju could not let Xiao Chen leave this vast sea of fire to avoid a future problem. Xiao Chen, it has been a long time. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to fight, two figures appear behind him. Bai Yunfei and Xiao Hozun actually surrounded him from behind. When Xiao Chen saw these two familiar people, he could not help frowning slightly. Today's calamity came out of nowhere. Things really bode ill for him in this vast sea of fire. Xiao Chen glanced at Bai Yunfei, and a murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He said indifferently, "It has indeed been a long time. Back then, you nearly forced me into a corner in Cloudwater Marsh." At the mention of Cloudwater Marsh, Bai Yunfei could not help feeling angry. Back then, Xiao Chen turned around and scared him off. Bai Yunfei thought that he ran into a demonic Dao sovereign emperor. Now that he thought about it, it was simply a great humiliation. Humph! This time, let's see how you're going to play tricks on the vast sea of fire. Bai Yunfei held the bamboo flute in his hand. The scarlet orchid formed by the 3 scarlet marks on his forehead looked very alluring, but his expression was extremely cold. Xiao Hozun said indifferently, "Xiao Chen, it is time to settle the score between us at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival." Xiao Chen mocked, "The person who embarrassed you at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival was the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor. What does that have to do with me? If you want to seek trouble for me, just say it. There is no need to make it sound so wronged." Mu Yunju, who was at the side, found this strange. He had not expected Bai Yunfei and Xiao Hozun to have such a grudge with Xiao Chen. These two were not people to be offended. One was the crown prince of the White Marsh Beast Empire, and the other was the crown prince of the Hound Lion Empire. They held noble statuses and illustrious statuses. Furthermore, their bloodlines were excellent. Their futures in the Bushan Palace were limitless. "How lively!" a figure said coldly as he slowly descended. It was Fang Xiaobai, who had repaired the Yinyang fire parting pearl. When Fang Xiaobai saw that the others were present, he said, "Everyone be careful. This fellow has a strange cultivation technique that can suppress the primal chaos flame sea. By using the might of the primal chaos flame sea, even I nearly fell for his palm strike." The 4 experts surrounded Xiao Chen but did not make the first move. This was especially so for Fang Xiaobai. After he said that Xiao Chen grasped a special cultivation technique that could use the primal chaos flame sea, the 4 experts surrounded him. "Hand over the ice-fire divine origin. We can settle our grudges in the future." Bai Yunfei frowned slightly. With Mu Yunju and Fang Xiaobai around, he felt somewhat fearful. He could not kill Xiao Chen, lest others take advantage of him. "Sorry, I do not know what the ice-fire divine origin is. However, even if I knew, given my character, I would not give it to you." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. He caught the lack of confidence in Bai Yunfei's words. He could not help smiling coldly. "Even if you are not crown princes, you are still outstanding talents of your sections. Why is it that you do not dare to attack me at this moment? That's right. I still have not activated my great, desolate Ian bloodline. Furthermore, I am wearing the alloy battle armor. If we fight to the death, who can guarantee that they will not die? Since you don't have the heart to die, then get out of my way. I won't rest until I kill whoever blocks my way in this boundless sea of fire. Xiao Chen shouted, and his aura surged. With the alloy battle armor, his tyrannical aura appeared in full display. When Fang Xiaobai and the others heard that, their hearts skipped a beat. When they thought of the primal chaos flame sea, if Xiao Chen really targeted them and fought to the death, even if they killed Xiao Chen, they would end up dying in the flame sea. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and left, leaving the four looking at each other with awkward and conflicted expressions. Once a person became timid, it would be very difficult to muster their courage again. Before making a move, they would remember that this was the primal chaos flame sea. It was not easy to fight to the death with others here. Otherwise, even if they won, they would suffer severe injuries and fall in the flame sea. They would have 10,000 reasons to convince themselves not to make a move. Crown princes of empires and outstanding talents of sex are only SOZO. Ha ha ha. As the four remained silent, they heard laughter in the distance, echoing endlessly in the vast flame sea. Chapter 2144. Amid the vast flame sea, Xiao Chen's laughter reverberated in all directions. However, it sounded exceptionally piercing to the ears of Bai Yunfei and the other three. Their expressions turned extremely sullen. After him. Let's see if you still have the capital to be arrogant after we reach the shore. Fang Xiaobai snorted coldly. Then he executed his movement technique and gave chase again in the flame sea. That was right. The reason why the group feared Xiao Chen was because they were in the flame sea. If they were not careful, they might end up dying together with Xiao Chen. Furthermore, the four did not trust each other and feared each other. Hence, they did not dare to attack Xiao Chen rashly. In reality, there was one more thing that the four were unwilling to admit. Be it Bai Yunfei, Fang Xiaobai, Mu Yinju, or Xiahou Zun, they all felt intimidated by Xiao Chen's aura. Xiao Chen's declaration that he would not rest until he killed anyone in the way intimidated them, not daring to make the first move against Xiao Chen. However, no one would admit this in their hearts. Seeing Fang Xiaobai give chase, the others quickly followed. They all radiated killing qi and showed sullen expressions. They wished that they could tear Xiao Chen to pieces on the spot to vent the unhappiness in their hearts. This Xiao Chen is really going to thoroughly offend the four of us. This way, this matter will probably spread in a few days. The Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Jin said sullenly with a slight frown. The Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Jin, who was in the rear of the flame sea, frowned slightly. Xiao Chen's laughter was very loud, spreading far and wide. Everyone within 50,000 kilometers could hear it. Apart from them, the other disciples who were chasing after them also heard it clearly. If I cannot confuse their minds, how can I shake off this group of people? Right after Yuan Jin spoke, a figure in the air spread open his arms like an immortal crane in the clouds and landed firmly beside the group. Xiao Chen! When the Hidden Spirit Temple's disciples clearly saw the person who arrived, they were greatly startled. Xiao Chen clearly headed for the shore. Why did he turn around in the blink of an eye? What's going on? You did it on purpose. Yuan Zhen's thoughts raced as fast as lightning. Soon, he figured out the crux of the matter. Then, he enunciated every word as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and nodded. That's right. These four people are peak experts among half-step sovereign emperors. It would be hard for me to defeat any one of them, much less all four of them. I could temporarily intimidate them, but they weren't fools. They would quickly come to their senses. With the four of us working together, there was no need to be afraid of dying. When the time comes, they will still be able to catch up to me. If I don't humiliate them and make them angry and blindly chase after me, I won't be able to leave. Furthermore, their lives are valuable, and they are not willing to die with me. How is my life worthless? There's no need for me to risk my life against them. The four felt that their lives were valuable and did not want to risk their lives against Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's SSS. How laughable! The four of them still felt that their lives were precious and that there was no need to fight to the death with Xiaoqin. Benefactor Xiao, will you be able to explain your relationship with your temple in detail? Yuan Zhen asked softly as he looked at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin took out a brocade box and handed it to Yuan Zhen. After Yuan Zhen received it, he gave Xiaoqin a suspicious look. Xiaoqin took out a brocade box and handed it to Yuan Zhen. When Yuan Zhen received it, he gave Xiaoqin a suspicious look. You will know when you open it. Xiaoqin extended his hand and gestured for Yuan Zhen to open it. The moment the brocade box opened a crack, a piercing golden light shot out. When the brocade box completely opened, Yuan Zhen's expression changed. The expressions of the other hidden spirit temple disciples behind also changed drastically, looking at Xiaoqin in shock. The Buddhist sect's golden letter. That was a one-page golden letter, the highest gift of the Buddhist sect. Only those who showed great kindness to the Buddhist sect could obtain it. When Xiaoqin saw the other party's expression, he smiled. Then his figure flashed, and he quickly took the brocade box back before Yuan Zhen's stunned gaze. I only let you take a look and did not use this one-page golden letter. Don't blame me for taking it away. Xiaoqin smiled faintly as he put away the golden letter. Yuan Zhen recovered his wits and started cultivating again. Earlier, he had indeed thought of taking back the golden letter so that he could think of a way to help his sect repay this favor. After all, it would be more worthwhile for him to repay this favor than for the other esteemed monks. Who knew? Xiaoqin seemed to have anticipated this. Before Yuan Zhen could react, the golden letter was snatched away. Just address me as Yuan Zhen. I am just a lay disciple. Benefactor Xiao, there is no need to be so polite. Yuan Zhen smiled and said, Benefactor Xiao is right. I only took a look and did not use it. Xiaoqin thought to himself, this Yuan Zhen is pretty good. Then he said softly, Now, do you believe my relationship with your sect? Yuan Zhen smiled and said, The Buddhist sect's golden letter already appeared. What else do I not believe? Now that the Buddhist sect's golden letter appeared, Xiaoqin took the opportunity to ask, What is the ice-fire divine origin? Yuan Zhen gave Xiaoqin a strange look. Benefactor Xiao, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Xiaoqin said helplessly, I indeed do not know what the ice-fire divine origin is. I don't even know where it is right now. Seeing that Xiaoqin's expression was not fake, Yuan Zhen explained the ice-fire divine origins and where this place was to Xiaoqin. After Xiaoqin heard that, he revealed a contemplative expression. There were still some parts that he did not understand. The flame vein rushing Xiaoqin to the core of the ice-fire wasteland made sense. However, Xiaoqin could not understand why the ice-fire divine origin disappeared and why Xiaoqin appeared on the lotus platform. Then Xiaoqin thought about his great improvement in cultivation, going from the initial peak to consummation peak. Xiaoqin guessed that he might have inadvertently refined and absorbed the ice-fire divine origin. He seemed to recall seeing many flickering spots of starlight at the bottom of the lake before he entered a meditative state. Perhaps it had something to do with this. However, there was no need to overthink this. After all, his cultivation had improved significantly. He had nurtured the universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame to rank 6. All this was real. What did the ice-fire divine origin's disappearance have to do with Xiaoqin? From the very start, he had never had any designs on the ice-fire divine origin. Benefactor Xiao, why did you appear on the ice-fire lotus platform? What exactly did you experience? Yuan Zhen asked softly, curiosity flashing in his eyes. This question concerned the secret of Xiaoqin comprehending all things rejoicing together. For now, Xiaoqin could not tell others. He could only reply after some thought, It's a long story. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will explain to you. When Yuan Zhen heard that, he knew that this involved Xiao Chen's secrets, so he did not pursue the matter. He nodded to indicate his understanding and smiled. That is not important. However, there is something important that I would like to discuss with Benefactor Xiao, the Ice Fire Lotus platform. Yuan Zhen nodded and said, "That's right. It looks like Benefactor Xiao is a smart person. I would like to use my treasures to exchange for this lotus platform with Benefactor Xiao. What miraculous uses does this lotus platform have?" Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. "It has boundless miraculous uses for people of my Buddhist sect. However, it is not very useful to outsiders," Yuan Zhen explained casually with a smile. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "This monk is really smart. He did not tell me what it is used for." Indeed, none of the people who rushed to this primal chaos flame sea were easy to deal with. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "I can be considered half a member of the Buddhist sect. Master Yuan Zhen, please explain it to me." Yuan Zhen nodded and said, "Since Benefactor Xiao is half a member of the Buddhist sect, you should know that lotus platforms are very common Buddhist treasures in my Buddhist sect." Right. This Ice Fire Lotus platform was born in this extreme environment. There are no signs of it being artificially modified, so it is known as an innate Buddhist treasure. In the entire martial epoch, only 3 places can give birth to this innate lotus platform. Such a lotus platform would be a rare item even in my hidden spirit temple. It would be even rarer in other temples. Yuan Zhen continued, "Nearly all esteemed monks and powerhouses require such an innate Buddhist treasure. Otherwise, it would not match their status. Hence, it is very rare for people of my Buddhist sect." While Yuan Zhen's words sounded reasonable, in reality it was all nonsense. According to Yuan Zhen, this lotus platform was something that esteemed monks and powerhouses used to show off their status. Indeed, it had such a function. However, the true value of the Ice Fire Lotus platform that Xiao Chen obtained lay in its 360 lotus petals. In the past, the best Ice Fire Lotus platform only had 180 lotus petals. He had never heard of one with 36 petals. A lotus platform born in the world was not used to show off one's status, but for comprehending Buddhist principles. Even those esteemed monks and powerhouses needed to comprehend some profound Buddhist principles. By using this innate Buddhist treasure, they would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Just think about it. Even esteemed monks and powerhouses had such an effect. What more ordinary people? When using this lotus platform to cultivate Buddhist sect cultivation techniques, it would also have wondrous effects. As for people cultivating other cultivation techniques, it would also be useful. It was not, as Yuan Zhen said, that it was useless to outsiders. More importantly, Xiao Chen's Ice Fire Lotus platform was a peak quality item among peak quality items. No one knew if it had other wondrous effects. Of course, it did not make sense to say that Yuan Zhen was lying. Everything he said was true. He just did not focus on the main points. After hearing the other party's explanation, Xiao Chen said, "It looks like it is indeed useless to me. I can reconsider the exchange." In that case, would Benefactor Xiao like to take a look at my collection? I believe there will be something that Benefactor Xiao will be satisfied with. Seeing the other party so anxious, Xiao Chen smiled in his heart. This monk was not telling him the truth. He said softly, "Sure. Let's talk as we walk." Chapter 2145. With this group of hidden spirit temples people as bodyguards, the return journey could be said to be very peaceful. There were many crafty and sinister faux beasts in the mysterious ice forest. However, there was no need for Xiao Chen to make a move. Along the way, Yuan Zhen appeared very enthusiastic, feeling that he would be able to obtain the Ice Fire Lotus platform. Yuan Zhen rejoiced in his heart, but he did not show it. Instead, he chatted happily with Xiao Chen. As Yuan Zhen spoke, his impression of Xiao Chen changed significantly. This Xiao Qin had a unique understanding of Buddhism. Xiao Chen did not seem like an outsider who only knew a little about the Buddhist sect. He believed that a monk should not care about the mundane world, living in peace and few desires. Yuan Zhen's many insights were refreshing to Yuan Zhen. Given this, Yuan Zhen was no longer in a rush. Since Yuan Zhen was not in a rush, Xiao Chen was even less in a rush. While the two were not in a rush, Fang Xiaobai and the other three were so anxious that rage filled their hearts. The four chased frantically all the way to the holy domain's divine capital, but they did not see Xiao Chen's figure. How can it be like this? Fang Xiaobai felt confused. The four of them were half-step sovereign emperors with deep and unfathomable cultivations. Compared to Xiao Chen, their cultivations were much higher. Even if Xiao Chen managed to escape the sea of fire first, they should not have been unable to see his figure. Xiao Chen had formed his divine seal and merged his Tao domain with his soul. His soul energy was several times stronger than that of a heaven-defying sovereign personage. The distance that he could explore far surpassed that of Xiao Chen. However, along the way, they did not see Xiao Chen's figure at all. It looks like he has a secret treasure that can teleport people in the holy domain. Damn it. Teleporting in the faux god world was extremely dangerous. Space-time flowed in reverse, and one might get disturbed if one was not careful. Although it was dangerous, it did not mean that it was not possible. One could exchange for such secret treasures with faux god coins in the 100 Treasure Pavilion. However, the price was high and the quality-price ratio was low. Most people rarely exchanged for them. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would not have disappeared from their sight for no reason. What should we do now? Mu Yunju asked seriously as he looked at the other three. Fang Xiaobai paced in front of the holy domain's divine capital, thinking to himself. After a while, he said, "Now that we have reached the holy domain's divine capital, there's no chance of taking his life anymore. I wonder what happened to the ice-fire divine origin. No matter how I think about it, I'm still full of anger. Now, I really can't do anything to him. Aside from some special places in the holy domain's divine capital where people could spar, fighting was prohibited elsewhere. Unless both parties were willing. Even if they could fight, it was impossible to kill anyone in the holy region's divine capital. This was the Saint Domain's prohibition. If something were to happen, even the superpowers behind them wouldn't be able to protect them. The few of them were in a terrible predicament. They couldn't swallow this anger in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. He heard anxious shouts coming from afar. Turning his head, he saw that it was his junior brother following him. Senior brother, senior brother. When Fang Xiaobai saw his junior brothers flustered and extremely anxious, he frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why are you all so flustered?" After one of them rested, he said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Fang, that Xiao Qin hasn't gone far. He's still behind." "What?" The expressions of Fang Xiaobai and the other three changed drastically. This was truly shocking. They were in disbelief. "That's impossible. The four of us chased all the way. How could we let him slip behind us under our noses?" Mu Yunju said resolutely, refusing to believe it. Bai Yunfei said coldly, "Since he is behind us with so many of you, could it be that you cannot capture him alone?" The Bushin Palace disciple said with some grievance, "Senior brother Bai, he was with the Hidden Spirit Temples group. They left together from the primal chaos flame sea. They were chatting and laughing, and their relationship was very good. We did not dare to make a move." Bai Yunfei and the other three were intelligent people. The moment they heard this, their complexions immediately turned ashen. "We got fooled." Back then, Xiao Chen had purposely mocked them, wanting to infuriate the four into chasing blindly out of humiliation. However, at this moment, the four sneaked behind them and met up with the Hidden Spirit Temples group. The crown prince of an empire, an outstanding talent of a sect, is only SOSO. Now that they thought about it, These words were incredibly ear-piercing, making them blush in embarrassment. The group of junior brothers did not dare to say anything, lest they say something that would anger these four. Damn it! Damn it! To think that this Xiao Chun played us like monkeys. Bai Yunfei's handsome face turned completely black at this moment, filled with indescribable rage. He had already been fooled by Xiao Chun once in Cloud Water Marsh and the Desolate Sea. Even so, Bai Yunfei respectfully addressed him as senior. That was already a great humiliation. This time he was fooled again. As the saying goes, it's impossible for a person to make the same mistake twice. But Bai Yunfei had been fooled twice in the past. The first time, he was fooled into addressing Xiao Qin as senior. This time, he was even more embarrassed. Not only was he fooled, but he was even mocked in public. How could Bai Yunfei endure this? The other three showed extremely unsightly expressions, no less than Bai Yunfei's. They were so frustrated that they nearly vomited blood. However, they could not think of a good solution. "Senior brother, they are here." One of them pointed to the back. Then they saw Xiao Qin descending from the sky with the Hidden Spirit Temple's group, slowly landing in the Holy Domain's divine capital. Xiao Chun chatted happily with Yuanzhen. I will definitely kill him." The 3 scarlet marks on Bai Yunfei's forehead formed a beautiful orchid that looked like it would ooze blood. Such a scene startled the other people from the Bushan Palace. They quickly pulled Bai Yunfei back. "Senior brother, calm down. This is the Holy Domain's divine capital. We cannot attack here. There are people watching us from the city walls. Indeed, senior brother, it is not worth it for this person." The others feared that Bai Yunfei would act rashly in his anger. If he failed to kill Xiao Qin, he would end up in the Holy Domain's heavenly prison. If that happened, he would be completely ruined. That would be exactly what Xiao Qin wanted. "Ha ha ha! Yuanzhen, brother Bai wants to kill me. As a member of the Buddhist sect, you should advise him to rein in his murderous heart. Being so easily angered is not good for his body." When Xiao Qin walked over and saw Bai Yunfei's flustered and exasperated appearance, he laughed without any fear. Yuanzhen stepped forward and pressed his palms together. "May the Buddha bless you. Benefactor Bai, why bother? Since you are already in the Holy Domain's divine capital, don't cling to your murderous heart. Buddha is merciful. Benefactor Bai, please calm down. Don't be anxious, don't be impatient. Don't have a murderous heart. Otherwise, it will be hard to dispel your heart demon. You will soon face a bloody calamity." Pussy eye. To think that this bald donkey Yuanzhen actually recited his Dharma name. Bai Yunfei immediately cursed in his heart. However, when the words reached Bai Yunfei's mouth, he could not spit them out. Anger overwhelmed him, and he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. His complexion instantly paled, and he looked extremely dispirited. The combination of Bai Yunfei's handsome face and his pale complexion made one's heart ache. Senior brother, when the Bushan Palace's disciples from the White Marsh Beast Empire saw this scene, they immediately felt anxious. At the same time, they were startled and horrified. This repulsive monk said that senior brother would face a bloody calamity. To think that it really came true. When Fang Xiaobai and the other 2 saw this scene, they could not help being startled. They quickly calmed down, no longer getting angry. It looked like this monk was really on the same side as Xiao Qin. Bai Yunfei did not know what he had experienced to hate Xiao Qin to such an extent. After Mu Yunju calmed down, he looked at Xiao Qin and Yuanzhen. Then he said, "I found it strange that the ice-fire divine origin disappeared for no reason this time. It looks like your hidden spirit temple did something." Fang Xiaobai's expression turned cold as a murderous intent flashed on his face. It looks like the 2 sides are working together, each taking what they need. One is seeking the ice-fire divine origin, and the other is seeking the ice-fire lotus platform. We were really miserably tricked. What a good scheme. This Feng admires it. Yuan Zhen immediately felt somewhat anxious. He explained, "You really malign me. The mystery of the ice-fire divine origin's disappearance has nothing to do with the hidden spirit temple." Xiao Hozun retorted indifferently, "There is no need for you to explain whether it is related or not. Even now, you are still treating us like fools. Do you think that we are really stupid? The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. Sooner or later, we will settle this debt with your hidden spirit temple." After giving Yuan Zhen a cold look, Xiao Hozun shifted his gaze to Xiao Qin. Then he turned and left without saying a word. Yuan Zhen's expression already turned somewhat unsightly. He felt helpless in his heart. "You are really stupid as a pig. After speaking nonsense, you thought that you understood everything. You even want to settle this debt with the hidden spirit temple. There is no way to communicate with you." Mu Yinzhu and the others left one after another, feeling very vexed. They did not want to remain here for another second. Every time they saw Xiao Qin, they would feel angry. If they could not hold back, they would end up like Bai Yunfei. Mu Yinzhu felt so frustrated that he vomited blood and fainted. After the group of people left, Yuan Zhen looked at Xiao Qin and asked, "Benefactor Xiao, what do you think? Are you willing to trade the ice-fire lotus platform?" Xiao Qin nodded and replied, "I have considered it very clearly. This ice-fire lotus platform is very important to the Buddhist sect. I intend to personally visit and present it to your honored temple for free." Yuan Zhen immediately felt stunned. Then he smiled helplessly and said, "Benefactor Xiao is really considerate. I will represent the hidden spirit temple in thanking you in advance." "You are too polite. I'll take my leave first." Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute and left, vanishing from the group's vision. "Senior brother, he is tricking us. He said that he is giving it to us, but he did not add a time limit. If he were to give it to us 10 years or 100 years later, we would not be able to reason with him." As Yuan Zhen looked at Xiao Qin's departing figure, he seemed very open-minded. He smiled and said, "How could I not know? He is such an intelligent person. How could he hand over the ice-fire lotus platform just because of some words from me? It is within my expectations. Let's go. This person has a deep friendship with our temple's little ancestor. Remember to treat him politely whenever you see him." Little ancestor. The hidden spirit temple had many old ancestors, but there was only one little ancestor. That was an existence that even the abbot had to avoid, an existence that could not be offended. Upon hearing Yuan Zhen's words, the other hidden spirit temple disciples all trembled, feeling that it had been a close call. No wonder Xiao Qin could fool them. How could someone who had a deep friendship with the little ancestor and did not die be someone to offend? That was not right. It was not a question of whether Xiao Qin should be offended or not. It was as senior brother Yuan Zhen said. Xiao Qin absolutely could not be offended. As everyone looked at Xiao Qin, they felt that his back seemed much taller. Chapter 2146. Once he entered the Holy Domain's divine capital, he would be completely safe. When Xiao Qin returned to his own courtyard, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was really a narrow escape from death this time. He had only wanted to kill some mastiffs in the periphery, but someone had set up a trap and he had nearly died to the mastiffs. Xiao Qin only wanted to nurture the heavenly snow, divine flame, and the universe, origin, true flame. However, the moment he opened his eyes, the leaders of the 4 superfactions targeted him. Fortunately, there was no danger, and the harvest was not bad. Now that Xiao Qin's cultivation reached peak consummation, he could be considered officially a heaven-defying sovereign personage. As a sovereign personage, one's veritable essence energy and soul energy had already been cultivated to their limits. There was no more room for improvement. Nurturing the universe, origin, true flame, and the heavenly snow, divine flame was part of the plan. His cultivation was a pleasant surprise. Normally, it would take at least a year or 2 of hard work to reach the peak. This was because the faux god world had an extremely dense environment in the first place. Furthermore, there were all sorts of resources that could be exchanged for with faux god coins. The next direction of cultivation was to condense divine seals. After forming the divine seal, the might of Xiao Chen's soul energy and Dao domain would reach a whole new level. At that time, even if Feng Xiaobai and the others worked together, Xiao Chen would not fear them. In the primal chaos flame sea, Xiao Chen had to use a scheme to trick these 4 people away. This was because the 4 were peak experts among half-step sovereign emperors. With the support of their divine seals, they were able to survive. Martial techniques and cultivation techniques could bring out a might far surpassing that of a heaven-defying sovereign personage. It would be fine if 1 person worked together. However, if 4 worked together, Xiao Chen would not stand a chance of victory. Forming a divine seal was the first step to breaking through to the sovereign emperor realm. It was crucial to the sovereign emperor realm. Divine seals were divided into different levels. The more Dao domains that fused with the soul, the stronger the divine seal. The attributes of the Dao domain would also affect the divine seal. For example, the divine seal formed by the Death Dao domain was stronger than the divine seal formed by the Thunder Dao domain. Of course, it would be much more difficult. Right now, Xiao Chen only grasped 1 Dao domain, the Saber Dao and the Ice Dao. He had yet to break through to the Dao domain. As for reincarnation, he was still stuck at the level of will. He had yet to grasp the Dao of reincarnation. If he had a choice, Xiao Chen would naturally choose to merge the cycle Dao domain with his soul and form a divine seal. However, this was clearly unrealistic. The will of cycle was too difficult to cultivate. While Xiao Chen was confident of grasping the cycle Dao, he did not know if he could break through to the Dao domain. This was because the reincarnation Dao was too powerful. It had already surpassed time and space. It was an ability that even faux gods would find difficult to grasp. Putting aside the samsara Dao for now, Xiao Chen was not someone who was willing to be mediocre. He would definitely not just fuse a single Dao domain with his soul. If Xiao Chen could not break through to the Dao domain in his Ice Dao and Saber Dao, he definitely would not form a divine seal. Next, I'll focus my cultivation on comprehending the Saber Dao and the Ice Dao. Xiao Chen revealed a contemplative expression. It seemed that because he had merged with the Ice Fire divine origin, he felt that his Ice Dao could break through to the Dao domain at any time. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's specialty, the Saber Dao, was forever separated from the Dao domain by a thin layer of fog. It felt very close, yet very far. He had once lost some things, and it was extremely difficult to find them again. Oh, right. I have not looked at my Icefire Lotus platform in detail yet. Xiao Chen had nearly forgotten about one of his greatest gains on this trip. With a thought, the Icefire Lotus platform flew out of his storage ring. The Lotus platform consisted of a total of 360 lotus leaves. It had a natural Dao and spiritual energy. With one look, one could tell that it was extraordinary. As Xiao Chen looked at the lotus platform floating in the air, he entered deep thought. I probably won't be able to make out anything from just looking at it. I don't know much about the Icefire Lotus platform, either. I have to ask someone. Let's go to the 100 Treasure Pavilion. The 100 Treasure Pavilion was a place where one could exchange faux god coins for treasures. There were excellent appraisers there. They could appraise any treasure. Of course, that was on the premise that one had sufficient faux god coins. After a while, Xiao Chen arrived at the 100 Treasure Pavilion's appraisal area. This item does not need any special appraisal. Give me 500 faux god coins, and I can tell you its origins and uses. The appraiser was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His cultivation was unfathomable. He gave a price with one look. Xiao Chen still had some faux god coins on hand, so he happily handed over 500 faux god coins and waited for the appraiser's answer. This is the Icefire Lotus platform, born in the Icefire continent. The Icefire Lotus platform has always been favored by the Buddhist sect's esteemed monks. Its greatest use is comprehending the Tao. Even the esteemed monks of the Buddhist sect can use this item to help them comprehend Buddhist principles. When Shaoqin heard that, he felt excited. Indeed, Yuanzhen had kept a trick up his sleeve. How was this a lotus platform that esteemed monks used to show off their status? It was clearly a priceless treasure. For others, they can use this lotus platform to comprehend the Tao, martial techniques, and some mysteries. It can allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It is similar to the faux God prayer mats in the comprehension platform. However, as it is naturally formed, it is even better. The appraiser continued, if this item is forged using a Buddhist sect secret technique, it can be refined into a soul tool that can be used to ward off lightning and undergo tribulations. The most important thing is that your Icefire Lotus platform has a total of 368 lotus petals. The highest quality lotus platform that appeared in the Icefire Wasteland only has 160 petals. Its value is simply inestimable. I nearly got cheated. Shaoqin thought to himself, I got lucky. Had I listened to Yuanzhen, I would have cried myself to death. Shaoqin suppressed his excitement and asked, do I need a Buddhist sect secret technique to forge it? Can the faux god world refine it? No. The appraiser shook his head. Then he looked at Shaoqin and gave a negative answer. Then he added, you are a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Perhaps the Heavenly Alliance can think of something after you go out. After all, the Heavenly Alliance gathers all the Grandmaster blacksmiths in the world. It might be possible. Many thanks. This gave Shaoqin some hope that he could think of something after he went out. The old man was very responsible. After saying that, he explained the many uses of the Icefire Lotus platform to Shaoqin. The old man even explained its origins in detail, including the strong secret treasures forged using it in history. This made Shaoqin feel that the 500 faux god coins were worth it. After receiving the Icefire Lotus platform, he thanked the old man again. Young Master Shao, you are too polite. This is just this old man's duty, the old man said with a smile, feeling satisfied with Shaoqin's politeness. Shaoqin raised his eyebrows and asked, feeling curious, Senior, you know me? Naturally. You broke the 1,000-year record for the Trial Tower's first floor, and you broke the third floor's highest difficulty in history. How can I not know you? I remember that many faux god bladesmen wanted to take you as a disciple back then. However, Senior Shimu stopped them, the appraiser said casually with a nod. The appraiser nodded slightly as he spoke casually. However, his words shocked Shaoqin. What? Back then, many faux god bladesmen wanted to take me as a disciple, but this Senior Shimu stopped them? Shaoqin did not feel surprised when he heard that. Back then, he only thought that he was not too outstanding and did not overthink it. Unexpectedly, there was such a secret which flabbergasted him. Is this true? Of course. How can I speak carelessly about such a thing? Shaoqin did not say anything more. He performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. When he walked out of the 100 Treasure Pavilion, he felt somewhat confused. Why did Senior Shimu do this? Is it because I defeated his statue, so he hates me? That's not right. If he hates me out of jealousy, he would not have given me the painting and let me obtain the fiendish saber inheritance. Ha! The thoughts of that old senior are really unfathomable. Shaoqin sighed and stopped thinking. Then he returned to the courtyard and took out the second painting that Lu Benwei once gave him. The style of the second painting was different from the first one. It was very realistic. It was a picture of a lake with ripples on the surface of the lake. A drop of water slowly fell from the sky. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Compared to the first painting, this second painting was even simpler and more ordinary, even harder to understand. However, Shaoqin comprehended all things rejoicing together from the first painting. This second painting definitely had its mysteries. Now that Xiao Chen's saber Dao had reached a bottleneck, he placed most of his hopes of breaking through the bottleneck of the Dao domain on this second painting. Perhaps it would be better for me to sit on the lotus platform and comprehend it. As he thought this, Xiao Qin took out the ice fire lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Xiao Qin immediately sensed a profound and incomprehensible feeling coming from the lotus platform, filling his entire body. It was just like when he comprehended at the bottom of the lake. Xiao Qin now understood. It turned out that he was already sitting on the vague form of the lotus platform at that time. Let's not care about that for now. Let's see what exactly is so profound about this painting. Chapter 2147. In the void god realm, in a place where clouds and mist lingered, a group of mountains could be faintly seen. The majestic mountain range was like a coiled dragon soaring through the clouds. The mountain peak was like a blade, piercing through the sky, standing proudly. This was where fiendish saber Shimu cultivated in seclusion in the faux god world. Whoosh! An air-piercing sound rang out, and a figure shuttled through the clouds like a celestial being. His posture was agile, and his temperament was extraordinary. It was Lu Benwei, one of fiendish saber Shimu's nominal disciples. At the peak of the mountain range, in the depths of the endless clouds and mist, there was a mountain peak that stood upside down. Countless vines wrapped around it, giving it an ancient and boundless feeling. Lu Benwei flew all the way, and when he arrived, he slowly landed. There were many ancient buildings on the inverted platform. Lu Benwei walked toward one of them. His master, fiendish saber Shimu, was waiting for him. Strange. Why did Master suddenly summon me here? Lu Benwei thought to himself, feeling a little puzzled. Generally speaking, his master rarely summoned him without saying anything. If he had any instructions, he would definitely inform him in advance so that he could make preparations. Lu Benwei felt some doubt when he saw fiendish saber Shimu. After bowing respectfully, he said, "Greetings, Master. I wonder, why did Master summon this disciple?" Fiendish saber Shimu had a head full of white hair, and wrinkles covered his old face. Only his eyes remained frighteningly sharp. "It's nothing. Let me ask you, did Xiao Qin look for you?" Lu Benwei was stunned when he heard this, but he still answered truthfully, "Master, Xiao Qin hasn't looked for me for more than a year. He hasn't contacted me at all." Fiendish saber Shimu could not help feeling stunned. He stroked his beard and muttered, that shouldn't be the case. Could it be that he couldn't see through the mysteries of the painting? He didn't have any doubts at all. With his talent, he should be able to see the abnormality. Shimu did not think that Xiao Qin could comprehend the mysteries of the painting so quickly. However, he should be able to tell that the painting was extraordinary. According to his conjecture, since he could see the abnormality but didn't know much about it, he should seek Lu Benwei's advice. However, it had been more than a year since he had contacted Lu Benwei. Shimu felt confused. Strange, did I make a mistake? He really couldn't see through the mysteries of the painting. Couldn't he guess what kind of opportunity was contained in the painting? If he had known about the inheritance represented by the fortuitous encounter in the painting, how could he not be tempted? If it were anyone else, he would have long sought out Lu Benwei. After some thought, he felt that this was not a bad idea. This means that this brat cannot compare to my younger self. It was just a coincidence that he defeated my statue in the trial tower. With this thought, fiendish saber Shimu smiled and said, "Go and bring him over. Say that I want to meet him." Lu Benwei could not help but ask in surprise, "Master, what are you doing?" Fiendish saber Shimu smiled and said, "This fellow is pretty good. I want to take him in as a nominal disciple and give him some pointers." Lu Benwei was speechless. He didn't understand what his master's logic was, but since it was an order, he just had to follow it. Yes, this disciple will obey master's orders. In the holy domain's divine capital, Xiao Qin sat cross-legged. He had been comprehending the Tao on the ice fire lotus platform for more than half a month. In his eyes, the painting in front of him was no longer the same as what he had seen in the past. Xiao Chen's vision was now focused on the lake in the painting, on the droplet of water falling from the air. The droplet of water and the lake. One was insignificant, the other vast. One was nimble and the other was calm. The scene looked peaceful and peaceful, a droplet of water and a lake. In reality, there were surging undercurrents, clashing with one another. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this droplet was like a powerful bladesman showing off his sharpness. It was a powerful bladesman with lofty ambitions, carrying the courage to die as it fell from the sky. This droplet of water had lofty ambitions. This droplet of water wanted to challenge a lake. Pa! The scene continued to change. Xiao Chen felt like he was in the painting, seeing nothing but emptiness. Rain was about to fall from the sky. Thunder rumbled, and thousands of droplets of water fell from the sky. However, a droplet of water gathered in the sky unmoved. It allowed the other droplets of water to come and go, leaving them to fate as they fell from the sky. This droplet of water remained unmoved. This was a lonely droplet of water and also a proud droplet of water. Whoosh! The rainwater on the ground gathered into countless tributaries, slowly forming a lake in front of Xiao Chen. The surface of the lake widened. However, that droplet of water continued to hang high in the sky, unmoved. The heavens were enraged. The thunderclouds scattered, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky, punishing on behalf of the heavens, using the power of the sun to scatter this droplet of water. However, something strange happened. When this droplet of water shone on it, it glistened like crystal. The hotter the sunlight, the more resplendent it was. The more dazzling this droplet of water became. This droplet of water was so proud. The sun set and the sun rose. This blazing sun roasted this droplet of water for 3,333 years. However, this droplet of water remained as proud as before, not changing its past. The heavens were enraged. Then the heavens used thousands of lightning bolts to strike it, wanting to completely destroy it. Another 3,333 years passed. This droplet of water did not change its past, remaining as proud as before. The heavens raged and used strong winds to torture it for 3,333 years. The blazing sun, strong winds, and lightning tormented it for a total of 9,999 years. However, this droplet of water remained as proud as before. For 9,999 years, the lightning, strong winds, and intense flames could not change its past. It only made it shine even more resplendent, washing away all the impurities on its body. It became crystalline and pure, as beautiful as a demon. What is a demon? Someone as lonely as me, hanging high in the 9 heavens for 10,000 years, existing alone. What is a demon? Someone as proud as me, not fearing the heavenly might. Just like that, Xiao Chen watched this droplet of water for 9,999 years, watching this droplet of water hang high in the sky, not changing its past. The scene suddenly changed. Xiao Chen retreated and saw this droplet of water continue falling. Pa! When this droplet of water landed on the lake, the vast lake instantly exploded. The sky also shattered at this moment. This droplet of water expelled all of the lake's water. The droplet of water pierced through the lake and exploded the boundless lake water. No matter how much water there was in the lake, it could not contain the heart of this droplet of water. Boom! Xiao Chen felt shocked. In the next moment, he startled awake. Xiao Chen's entire body was drenched in sweat as if he had had a very long dream. Then he looked at the painting floating in front of him. The scene in the painting still had not changed. It was still a droplet of water slowly falling, and the lake remained calm and peaceful. Xiao Chen leaped down and put away the ice fire lotus platform. Then he opened the painting in his hand and carefully looked at it, entering deep thought. Even a droplet of water can become a demon. The blazing sun, strong winds, and lightning cannot destroy it. It only adds to its elegance, making it look even more demonic. Not going with the flow, not following the will of heaven, not respecting the heavenly might. A droplet of water shatters the sky. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. The inheritance contained in this painting was simply incredible. Fiendish Saber, Shimu's nominal disciple, Lu Benwei, comes to seek an audience with the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Qin. Just as Xiao Qin was deep in thought, Lu Benwei's voice rang out in the courtyard. Xiao Qin muttered, "What is he doing here? Is he here to give me the third painting?" After putting away the painting, Xiao Qin went out to receive Lu Benwei. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Greetings, big brother Lu." Lu Benwei gave Xiao Qin a strange look. "You look very pale. Did something go wrong with your cultivation?" Xiao Qin knew that he had exhausted too much of his mind while comprehending the second painting. So he wanted to tell the truth and ask for guidance. Lu Benwei asked, "Do you need to rest?" "My master would like to meet you." "Fiendish Saber, Shimu wants to meet me?" "All right, I want to meet him as well." Xiao Qin was very curious about what kind of existence this Fiendish Saber Shimu was. Why did Shimu reject all the other faux gods who wanted to take him in as a disciple and refuse to take him in as a disciple? Also, why did Shimu give him the Fiendish Saber painting? "There's no need. We can leave now. Big brother Lu, please lead the way." Xiao Qin immediately answered without hesitation. "Come with me, then." Lu Benwei nodded slightly and sized up Xiao Qin. He also wondered why his master suddenly wanted to take Xiao Qin in as a nominal disciple. The two were filled with questions as they rushed to where Fiendish Saber Shimu cultivated. Chapter 2148. Big brother Lu, might I know why Senior Fiendish Saber is looking for me? Xiao Qin asked Lu Benwei out of curiosity along the way. Lu Benwei led the way without answering. After a while he said, "Let's talk after we meet Master. Since he did not instruct me to tell you, he clearly does not want you to know." So mysterious, Xiao Qin thought to himself. This only piqued his curiosity. 15 minutes later, the two slowly distanced themselves from the holy domain's divine capital. Lu Benwei said, "Follow me closely. I'm going to bring you through a few spatial tiers. Don't get lost. Otherwise, it will be very problematic." Right. At the mention of spatial tiers, Xiao Qin could not help being more cautious. If he got lost in one, it would be really troublesome. Lu Benwei did not lie. Not long after he spoke, his figure flashed and entered a spatial tear. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Qin quickly followed, not daring to hesitate. After passing through 6 spatial tiers, the scene before him suddenly opened up. He saw an incredibly vast mountain range, shrouded in clouds. Occasionally, mountain peaks broke through the clouds. They were like powerful sabers, shining with a dazzling light. Just as one was about to find them, they hid in the clouds. This was truly astonishing. Many winding mountain peaks, many demonic geniuses in the cloud sea. These words suddenly appeared in Xiao Qin's mind, making him feel as if he was on an isolated mountain peak. These isolated mountain peaks seemed to have a mind of their own. The instant they broke through the cloud sea, Xiao Qin's bloodline surged involuntarily. A saber intent wanted to break out of his body to compete with them. It was like the mountain peaks were not mountains, but powerful bladesmen. Clang! Suddenly, before Xiao Qin could react, he could no longer hold back the saber intent that he suppressed in his body, bursting out. A mountain peak appeared in the cloud sea and also shot out a saber intent. The two saber intents clashed intensely in the vast cloud sea, producing metallic clangs that resounded in the world. Dang! 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 In that instant, countless hidden mountain peaks appeared at the same time. When each mountain peak appeared, it gave off a strand of saber intent. Immediately, the boundless cloud sea for 500,000 kilometers reverberated with boundless saber intent. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. What's going on? Brother Lu. Turning his head to look, Lu Benwei had already disappeared without him knowing. Brother Xiao Qin, this is Master's test. Don't worry too much. Lu Benwei's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, but he was nowhere to be found. Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. In an instant, hundreds of saber intent shot at him. Senior brother, this Xiao Chen doesn't seem like much. He's only taken a few steps, but he's already unable to suppress the saber intent in his body. Outside the sea of clouds, 5 people stood side by side, 4 men and 1 woman, looking at Xiao Chen, who was deep in the sea of clouds. That woman was elegant and had a face that could topple a city. She looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. This was the Divine Dragon Empire's white dragon holy daughter, Lu Riyue. The 5 were fiendish saber, Shimu's nominal disciples. Aside from Lu Benwei, the others were new members of the other super factions. Because they showed extraordinary talent in the saber Dao, Shimu took a fancy to them. However, he did not formally take them in as disciples. I think he is in trouble. He is too careless, activating hundreds of fiendish peaks in one go. He will be finished if he gets struck by one. Junior sister Lu, what do you think? The one who spoke was a handsome man from the profound heaven holy land. His name was Zhang Yushan. Lu Riyue felt some disgust in her heart, but her expression did not change. She replied indifferently, it's hard to say. Zhang Yushan smiled and said, what's so hard to say? I don't believe that he can retreat unscathed. Clang! Right after Zhang Yushan spoke, Xiao Qin drew his saber and danced in the cloud sea. The flawless saber Dao used the body as a saber and the intent as a saber. In this breath, Xiao Chen's entire body burst out with thousands of saber lights. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! Xiao Chen's fine black hair fluttered, and saber hums sounded like zither music. At the crucial moment, he brought out his flawless saber Dao to its limits. In nearly an instant, Xiao Chen sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes, draining 1/3 of his veritable essence energy. Saber chi surged, erupting with resplendent light in the cloud sea. Xiao Chen barely managed to block the hundreds of saber lights from the fiendish peaks. Upon seeing this scene, the expression of Zhang Yushan, who just finished speaking, changed slightly. Then he shut his mouth and remained silent. However, Lu Benwei, who was at the side, remained silent. Xiao Qin activated hundreds of fiendish peaks in one go. It was not that he was careless. It was just that the saber intent in his body was too sharp. Although Xiao Qin had not comprehended the saber Dao domain, the sharpness of this saber intent surpassed that of the 4 people beside him. After all, Xiao Qin was someone Master took a fancy to. Since he managed to avoid this calamity, the remaining tests should not be a problem. Indeed, as Lu Benwei expected, when these fiendish peaks first appeared, they caught Xiao Qin off guard. Xiao Qin nearly fell for it on the spot. After Xiao Qin stabilized himself and brought out his normal strength, dealing with the rest became easier. Soon, the clouds parted and the fiendish peaks disappeared. An ancient, inverted peak with thousands of vines hanging from it appeared in Xiao Qin's vision. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber. He knew that he had passed the test and could meet Senior Shimu now. However, Xiao Qin felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. This Senior Shimu is really strange. He is clearly the one who wants to meet me, yet he is testing me. If it were Xiao Chen's previous temper, he would have left on the spot. However, after thinking about it, the other party was a faux god expert, a powerful bladesman of his generation. He had a temper, so there was no need to bother with him. Xiao Qin! A voice called out. Xiao Qin turned his head to look and saw Lu Benwei. There were 4 other people beside him. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. Then he looked at Lu Riyue. To think that she was here as well. These are the nominal disciples that Master took in. They are the new members of the various super factions. Let's go and meet Master now. I will introduce them to you later. Lu Benwei pointed to the 4 people beside him and explained to Xiao Chen. Aside from Lu Riyue, the other 3 looked at Xiao Chen with some disdain. They did not even nod or greet him. When Lu Benwei saw this scene, he smiled coldly in his heart. These 3 relied on their half-step sovereign emperor cultivation to comprehend the Saber Dao domain. Furthermore, they had already comprehended the Saber Dao domain. Furthermore, they had become nominal disciples long ago, so they somewhat looked down on Xiao Chen. However, they did not know that Xiao Chen, whom Master had not met personally, held a much higher position than the other 4. Xiao Chen's status was much higher than theirs. He even gave Xiao Chen 2 fiendish saber inheritance paintings. Furthermore, these 4 only cultivated on the mountain and received pointers. They had not even seen the fiendish saber inheritance paintings. Xiao Chen did not care about the 4's attitude. He only looked at Lu Riyue and smiled. We meet again. When Lu Riyue heard that, a blush flashed on her face. She remembered the last time the 2 met. Under the bright moon, in the center of the lake, Xiao Chen had taken advantage of her being caught off guard to kiss the back of her hand. However, Lu Riyue adjusted her emotions in the blink of an eye. Then she said, "Indeed, we meet again. This is the faux god world. I will not interfere with your grudge with the Divine Dragon Empire. However, if you dare to pester me, I do not mind capturing you and bringing you back to the Empire." In name, Xiao Chen was still a wanted person in the Divine Dragon Empire, the White Dragon Holy Daughter. As the White Dragon Holy Daughter, Lu Riyue naturally had a duty to capture Xiao Chen and bring him back to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, she only said that because of her younger sister. Lu Riyue did not care about capturing Xiao Chen. Given that, Lu Riyue just wanted Xiao Chen to stop making things difficult for her. On one hand, this person had taken liberties with her. On the other hand, Xiao Chen was her younger sister's sworn friend. Maintaining a distance between them was the best choice. Many thanks. When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled faintly and thanked Lu Riyue. However, a dense melancholy flashed in the depths of his eyes. If it were in the past, Lu Riyue would not have said that to him. She would have doted on him instead. However, now, the 2 of them, who clearly loved each other, stood together like strangers. When Xiao Chen smiled seriously on his delicate face, he looked very pretty, like an iceberg melting. However, no one could understand the sorrow behind his smile. It was indescribable. Even so, Xiao Chen still felt very happy. This smile came from the bottom of his heart, driven by his true feelings. As for the sorrow and helplessness, he could just savor it himself. Let's go then. Lu Benwei did not overthink. He only felt that his master was still waiting, so he called out for everyone to follow. Stay away from Junior's sister Riyue. I have 10,000 ways to make trash, like you live a life worse than death. Zhang Yushan whispered a threat as he passed by Xiao Chen. Then he gave Xiao Chen a cold look before catching up to Lu Benwei. Chapter 2149. Stay away from Junior's sister Riyue. Zhang Yushan's threat lingered in Xiao Chen's ears, but he ignored it. Xiao Chen was currently immersed in some memories of the past. When he saw Lu Riyue again, he felt very conflicted. He could not be bothered with this fly. Master, this fellow is very despicable. Should we teach him a lesson? The demon blood vulture said angrily as it materialized and turned into a beautiful, demonic, scarlet bird perched on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "He is just a fly. There is no need to mind him." After following the group for about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen saw Fiendish Saber, Shimu, in a large hall. The simple and plain hall had simple decorations. Compared to the demonic atmosphere outside, It looked somewhat out of place. "Greetings, master." Lu Benwei stepped forward and bowed. The others performed cupped fist salutes at the same time. As Xiao Qin bowed, he quietly sized up fiendish saber Shimu. Shimu had a head of white hair and a face full of wrinkles, giving him an aged air. As he looked at the group, he nodded slightly. Xiao Qin thought to himself, "This senior Shimu before me is very different from the one I saw in the trial tower." The senior Shimu in the trial tower was strangely handsome, possessing a delicate beauty that did not belong to a woman. His entire body gave off a fiendish aura, living up to the name Fiendish Saber. This senior Shimu before Xiao Qin was an old man with an extraordinary air but a lethargic air, appearing very ordinary. If one had to say what was special about him, it would be his eyes. Xiao Qin could vaguely see the sharpness of the past, the vastness of the years. "Yes, master." Disciple and the other junior brothers welcomed young Master Xiao together. After Lu Benwei made the introductions, he led Lu Ruyue, Zhang Yushan, and the others out of the hall to watch from afar. "Greetings, Senior Shimu. I am honored to be summoned." Xiao Qin stepped forward and bowed formally, expressing his respect and admiration for a faux god expert. This was respect from the bottom of his heart. The martial Dao was difficult. After the heavenly realm shattered, the martial Dao became even more difficult. Since then, it was already extremely rare for one to surpass the limits of mortals and advance to sovereign emperor. One could dominate a region and be called a peak expert. Surpassing sovereign emperor and igniting the divine flame to become a faux god was even more difficult. Faux gods already stood at the peak of the martial epics pyramid. Any faux god was an expert that others looked up to. Aside from Lu Benwei, Lu Riyue, and the others did not know why Shimu's master called Xiao Qin over. Junior sister seems to have some old grudges with this kid. If it's inconvenient for you to make a move, senior brother is willing to do it on your behalf. When Zhang Yushan heard what Lu Riyue said earlier, he tried to curry favor with her. Lu Riyue did not have a good impression of Zhang Yushan at all, as she cultivated in this mountain. If it wasn't for the fact that they were from the same sect, he wouldn't have given them any face. Now that he started a conversation for no reason, he was in a bad mood. Furthermore, as the White Dragon Saintess, she had long been famous in the southern region. She had high standards, and her talent and bloodline were excellent. Hearing those words, he was quite displeased and said coldly, "You think I'm not strong enough?" Zhang Yushan was snubbed, so he smiled sheepishly and said, I wouldn't dare." Lu Benwei found this funny. However, he was rather old and had long since passed the age to care about such trivial matters. His expression did not change, but he did not say anything. "Senior brother, I think this brat and Lu Ruyue have some sort of relationship. The White Dragon Saintess is famous for her decisiveness in killing in the southern region. She is no weaker than the Dragon God Crown Prince. If she has a grudge with Xiao Qin, how can she let him off so easily?" Zhang Yushan moved to the side, and the other two junior brothers stepped forward. "Naturally, I thought of that. Earlier, I probed him with my words, and I think I'm most likely right." Zhang Yushan looked at Xiao Qin, who was standing in the hall. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he did not say anything else. "Why do you think Master is looking for this brat? Could it be that he wants to take him in as a disciple? Could it be that Master does not fancy any of us?" "Nonsense. He probably doesn't fancy you. First senior brother should know. However, first senior brother is really tight-lipped, not revealing a single word." The three had known each other for a long time. After seeing Xiao Qin display his saber skills in the Fiend Peaks, they felt some enmity for him. They worried that Fiendish Saber Shimu might really take Xiao Qin in as a disciple. Unfortunately, Fiendish Saber Shimu called Xiao Qin over to take him in as a disciple. Shimu stood up and looked at Xiao Qin. He felt satisfied with Xiao Qin's words, actions, and bearing. Then he nodded slightly and smiled. Not bad. I've long heard that the Heavenly Alliance has produced the youngest member in history with incredible talent for the saber. I've been paying attention to you since you challenged the trial tower. Breaking the 1,000-year-old record on the first floor left a deep impression on me. Actually, breaking his statue clone on the third floor left an even deeper impression. However, Shimu was stubborn and proud. He definitely would not mention such an embarrassing matter. Honestly speaking, Shimu felt conflicted when facing Xiao Qin. On one hand, he cherished Xiao Qian's talent and wished that he could immediately pass on his mantle. On the other hand, he did not want to admit defeat. This time, Shimu made up his mind to take Xiao Qin as a disciple mainly because he concluded that Xiao Qin could not comprehend the inheritance painting that he gave him. Shimu was still not as good as his younger self. Hence, he convinced himself and gave himself a way out. Then, he quickly summoned Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin heard that, he thought to himself, I really can't figure you out. Since you think so highly of me, why do you only summon me after almost 2 years? Why do you not allow the other faux god bladesmen to take me in as a disciple? Naturally, Xiao Qin could not show such emotions. He could only express his honor. The two chatted for a while, mostly about trivial matters, not related to anything else. However, Shimu's words were sharp, all related to the Saber Dao. Shimu already felt very satisfied with Xiao Qin's calm response. Xiao Qin, have you taken a master before? If you have, who is your master? Shimu suddenly asked, changing the topic. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. At this point, he finally understood Shimu's intention in summoning him. Xiao Qin's expression did not change, but the expressions of Zhang Yushan and the other two changed drastically. Shimu wanted to take Xiao Qin in as a personal disciple. Generally speaking, nominal disciples didn't need to worry too much about sectarian views and didn't need to care too much. However, a personal disciple was different. Xiao Qin wanted to inherit his mantle and nurture him as a successor. Shimu needed to clarify this. If Xiao Qin had taken an expert before, there would be some conflict, and he needed to think about it further. Lu Benwei was not surprised. Before he came, he already knew his master's intentions. However, when he saw it for himself, he still felt somewhat gratified. He had followed his master for hundreds of years. Although their relationship was deep, he was only a nominal disciple. Xiao Qin knew the reason. He was anxious that Xiao Qin was not talented enough. Inheriting his master's mantle would only bring shame to the name of the fiendish saber, preventing it from flourishing. Xiao Qin did not like that either. Actually, Xiao Qin knew that his master was very anxious. He had always wanted to find a truly talented bladesman. His master had imparted everything he knew to Xiao Qin, fulfilling his wish before he died. However, his master was proud and stubborn, unwilling to compromise at all. As a result, he had always been depressed. Now that Shimu wanted to take Xiao Qin in, he had fulfilled one of his greatest wishes. This was good. Lu Riyue was rather calm. Shimu had accepted her because he owed the white dragon old ancestor a favor, giving her pointers in the saber technique. However, Lu Riyue's style was different from the fiendish saber. Furthermore, she had always been confident that even if she did not inherit the fiendish saber's mantle, she could carve her own path. However, the expressions of Zhang Yushan and the other two flickered, appearing uncertain. They felt somewhat unhappy in their hearts. Xiao Qin replied calmly, "There is only one person who truly has a master-disciple relationship with this junior. She is the most important person in my life. She is my first teacher and the person I love the most." When Shimu heard that, he revealed a smile. If it was just his first teacher, there was no problem. As for the relationship between Xiao Qin and this first teacher, it was not something that Shimu cared about. Outside the hall, when Lu Riyue heard what Xiao Qin said, she thought to herself, the person I love the most already has a lover? Thinking of this, she felt a strange pain in her heart for some reason. Good. Xiao Qin, Since that is the case, I'll be direct. I want to take you in as my disciple and pass on my mantle to you, not as a nominal disciple, but as a personal disciple. Fiendish Saber, Shimu revealed a relieved smile on his wrinkled face, appearing very happy. When Shimu smiled in high spirits, the wrinkles on his face disappeared, making him look much younger. A faux god, a peak bladesman at that, wanted to take Xiao Chen as a disciple. Even if Xiao Chen had not come into contact with the Fiendish Saber inheritance, he had no reason to reject it. After coming into contact with it, he had even less reason to reject. I am extremely honored. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute. Fiendish Saber, Shimu stroked his beard and smiled. Very well. Take out the first painting that I got Benway to give you. I'll explain it to you in detail. Given your talent and comprehension ability, you will definitely be able to comprehend it in less than a month with my guidance. When Xiao Chen heard that, his heart immediately skipped a beat. It's over. This painting was burned to ashes long ago. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he was already Shimu's disciple. There should be no problem with telling Shimu that he comprehended the inheritance and obtained the fiend blood. Reporting to Master, this disciple has already comprehended the first painting. However, the painting is already burned to ashes and cannot be taken out. Currently, I am comprehending the second painting. There are some things that I do not understand. How can a drop of rain destroy the sky? After Xiao Chen spoke, he took out the second painting and asked for guidance. However, even after Xiao Chen spoke for a long time, Shimu did not say anything. Xiao Chen maintained the posture of opening the painting, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The silence in the hall was somewhat scary. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange. Zhang Yushan and the others outside the hall rejoiced in their hearts. It seemed like there was a turning point, so they immediately turned nervous. What's wrong? Lu Riyue clearly sensed that Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically after he took out the painting. Xiao Chen's heart thumped heavily. Unexpectedly, he broke out in a cold sweat. He said in confusion, "Master, who is your master?" Shimu had already withdrawn his smile. Now he laughed coldly, making everyone tremble in fear. When Xiao Chen heard that, he said awkwardly, "Senior, you said it yourself earlier." Shimu retorted coldly, "I do not take in people who speak nonsense. You said that you comprehended it, so you comprehended it?" Xiao Chen felt some rage in his heart. Even if you are a senior, a faux god expert who stands at the peak of the martial Dao, someone who I am not even an ant to you, there is no need to toy with me like this, right? You are the one who gave me the painting. You are also the one who stopped the other faux god experts from taking me in. You are also the one who summoned me and took me in as a disciple. I, Xiao Chen, did not beg you to take me in. What did I do wrong? What do you mean I speak nonsense? I, Xiao Chen, never boast. If I say it, it means it. Look carefully and see if I have comprehended it or not. Xiao Chen was also filled with rage. Earlier, when he saw Lu Riyue, he felt somewhat suppressed. Now that he vented his anger, he could no longer suppress it. His respect for a faux god expert was also tossed to the back of his mind. Xiao Chen's hot-bloodedness surged as he unleashed all the saber intent in his body, using the resentment in his heart. Then, Xiao Chen drew his saber and pointed it at the sky. The ground seemed to sense the rage and dissatisfaction in Xiao Chen's heart. It seemed to have a life of its own, resonating with his saber intent and surging like waves. What is a fiend? I rejoice with all things. In that instant, thousands of saber lights shot out from the ground. In just an instant, thousands of holes appeared in this ancient hall, which had a formation supporting it. Beams of light pierced through the holes and gathered on Xiao Chen's body, showing the tyranny of the fiendish saber. The light lasted for only 1 second. In the next moment, the entire ancient hall collapsed. This ancient hall, which had existed for countless years, turned into ruins without any signs of life. Zhang Yushan and the others outside the hall were flabbergasted. They were all shocked by Xiao Chen's grace at this moment. "Senior, did I speak nonsense?" Xiao Chen asked as he sheathed his saber. Fiendish saber, Shi Mu's expression turned even more unsightly. The aura flowing in his body inspired fear. Before Shi Mu, Xiao Chen felt incredibly insignificant. However, at this moment, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Even if he died under the other party's palm strike, he would accept it. There were some things that Shi Mu was not in the wrong, so there was no need to compromise. Pu Ci. Just as Zhang Yushan and the others thought that Shi Mu would kill Xiao Chen with one palm strike, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. After vomiting this mouthful of blood, Shi Mu's aged face looked even older. His body even wobbled somewhat. This stunned Xiao Chen, somewhat at a loss. "Master." Lu Benwei quickly leaped over and went to Shi Mu's side to support him. Chapter 2150. Fiendish saber Shi Mu appeared somewhat weak. However, he was a faux god after all. No one dared to underestimate him. However, they did not understand why he suddenly vomited blood. What a fellow! How dare he disrespect Master? Kill him! When Zhang Yushan saw the situation, he rejoiced in his heart. He knew that his opportunity had arrived. This was the best opportunity to kill Xiao Chen. Killing Xiao Chen would prevent Shi Mu from taking him as a personal disciple. Secondly, he would prevent anything from happening between Shi Mu and Lu Riyue. This was killing two birds with one stone. Earlier, Xiao Chen's all things rejoicing together had shocked them. If they allowed Xiao Chen to condense a divine seal, how incredible would that be? Now was a good time to heavily injure Xiao Chen after he executed all things rejoicing together. Whoosh! Zhang Yushan and the other two were very scheming. With someone taking the lead, the other two immediately understood. The moment they attacked, they did not show any mercy, bringing out the full might of a half-step sovereign emperor. Before Lu Riyue could react, the three arrived above Xiao Chen and executed their killing moves, sealing off all angles of attack. No matter what Xiao Chen did, one of the killing moves would strike him. As long as he got struck, he would be severely injured. Then, one more move would finish him off. Coincidentally, when Xiao Chen saw Shi Mu vomiting blood, he did not know what to do. He focused his attention on Shi Mu, not knowing what happened. By the time Xiao Chen reacted, the three had already arrived before him, holding the initiative. Xiao Chen could not help feeling enraged. These three were extremely shameless. Xiao Chen had always been a decisive person. He instantly analyzed the situation. These three were half-step sovereign emperors, their cultivations suppressing his. Furthermore, they executed their killing moves. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen had executed all things rejoicing together, draining his soul energy and veritable essence energy. Even if he brought out 120% of his strength, he would only be able to dodge the killing moves of two. Since that was the case, there was no point in dodging. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Zhang Yushan. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Now, only Zhang Yushan remained in his world. Zhang Yushan's expression changed slightly. He saw a determined look in Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen's aura. This was a killing move that would not rest until Zhang Yushan was dead, even if they had to sacrifice two people's lives. That's right, Xiao Chen's plan was like this. Since he could not avoid this killer move anyway, so what if he took another one? It was better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. If they wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to die first. Step down. However, just as this danger was about to erupt, Shi Mu shouted coldly. However, he did not move at all. Blood trickled down the corners of Zhang Yushan and the other two's mouths. They were sent flying at the same time. After landing on the ground, they tumbled a few times, looking extremely miserable. If I want to kill someone, it's not your turn to do it for me. The three of you will be imprisoned in the Thunder Saber prison for a month. Panic immediately flashed in the eyes of Shimu and the other two. The lightning saber prison was a saber prison that Shimu collected primal chaos lightning in the faux god world and refined with his own strength. It was used to train disciples for experiential training. However, it was extremely horrifying inside. Staying there was torture. It was fine to train for 1 or 2 days. However, if one stayed there for a month, ordinary people would be half dead when they came out. However, Zhang Yushan and the other two had no choice but to obey. It was not easy for them to obtain the guidance of a faux god, allowing their strength to grow rapidly. Although they were just nominal disciples, many people outside begged to be the disciples of a faux god expert. They could not give up on this opportunity so easily. The three knelt and said, "Disciples know their mistakes. We will definitely obey Master's orders." The three felt dissatisfied, but they still obediently withdrew and headed for the lightning saber prison. Shimu looked at Xiao Qin and thought for a long time. Then he turned and left, not saying anything. Xiao Qin felt very confused. Sometimes being able to distinguish right from wrong was not a good thing. As Xiao Qin looked at Shimu's departing figure, he felt somewhat guilty for some reason. Perhaps he had been too rash earlier, too rude. No matter what, Shimu was the one who gave him this inheritance painting. Earlier, when Zhang Yushan and the other two wanted to take the opportunity to kill him, Shimu dealt with it. Lu Riyue said softly, "To think that Master even gave you the inheritance painting. It looks like he really wants to take you in as his personal disciple." Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. Then he turned his head and asked, "However, why did he suddenly change his attitude towards me?" Lu Riyue remained somewhat silent. She did not understand why Xiao Chen was so unhappy after Master gave him the painting, even though he clearly comprehended it. "I don't know. Master's temper has always been strange. Aside from first senior brother, no one can figure it out." Xiao Chen sighed in his heart, showing some worry on his face. He could tell that Shimu's expression was truly somewhat weak. The essence blood of a faux god was already very precious. Spitting out a mouthful would be fatal, unless Shimu had a hidden injury that had yet to heal, a very serious hidden injury. Earlier, Xiao Chen acted rashly, angering Shimu to the point that his hidden injury relapsed. This was not good. Xiao Chen did not know what to do at this moment, so he appeared very dispirited. "From what you said just now, your first master is already your lover." Just at this moment, Lu Riyue suddenly asked. When Xiao Chen heard that, his originally dispirited heart immediately felt hurt. "My lover is right before my eyes, yet she is far away. Heaven knows, the earth knows, and I know. Only she does not know, yet she still asked this." After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chen asked softly, "Miss Lu, why do you ask this? Don't you know? My younger sister is deeply in love with you. Back then, she even wanted to ask the white dragon old ancestor to save you. I hope that you will not let her down," Lu Riyue replied. "If not for her, my father would not have interfered with the Golden Dragon Palace's line of sight, allowing you to leave the divine dragon empire safely." When Xiao Chen heard this, he guffawed. However, his laughter sounded somewhat sorrowful. Xiao Chen felt heartache, not for himself but for Lu Riyue. To think that she would say such a thing. The white dragon old ancestor. Your memories are either the white dragon old ancestor or the white dragon king. To think that you are speaking up for someone else. Back then, if I had the strength, I would have killed the white dragon king first. As Xiao Chen laughed, he stopped after a long time. Then he said sullenly, "There is nothing between me and Ruyun that I let her down. It is just the relationship between siblings. After a few more years, she will understand. Miss Lu, it is best that you don't say such things in the future." Lu Riyue had good intentions, but Xiao Chen rejected her decisively. There seemed to be more to this than met the eye. Lu Riyue was an intelligent person. Xiao Chen did not hide his expression from her. After some thought, she asked, "Young Master Shao, you seem to have something that you cannot say?" "No," Shao Qin replied calmly. His expression did not change, but his heart bled. There were some things that he knew but could not say. If he said it, the white dragon old ancestor would rush to the faux god world to kill him. Lu Riyue would be in danger as well. Furthermore, saying it might not be of any use. "I'll just watch you like this for now. When I become strong one day," Lu Riyue immediately felt somewhat angry. Shao Qin clearly had it, yet he said that he did not. "I gave you a chance out of kindness, yet you lied to me." Lu Riyue snorted coldly and turned to leave. Shao Chen's mood sank to rock bottom. The matter of fiendish saber, Shimu and Lu Riyue. Shao Chen always thought that his mental state was already very strong. However, when it came to the weakest feelings hidden in the depths of his heart, he could not even withstand one blow. Shao Chen took out a bottle of moon-burning wine and sat on the rubble expressionlessly, drinking alone. At the summit of the mountain peak, fiendish saber Shimu looked at the cloud sea. His weak expression appeared somewhat desolate. Shimu was an extremely stubborn person. He did not want to show this desolate expression before Shao Chen, only showing it now. The clouds shrouded the place, looking very majestic. Shimu had a head full of white hair and an aged expression. He muttered, "I thought that Pan Huang was the only bladesman in the world who could defeat me. Looking at it today, this is truly laughable, extremely laughable. Pussy I." Before Shimu finished speaking, he vomited another mouthful of blood. This time, he vomited blood 3 times in a row. Lu Benwei felt heartache as he watched from the side. He did not know how to advise Shimu. After a long time, Shimu muttered to himself, "How can a drop of water shatter the firmament? Only with disrespect can one have the possibility to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unyielding heart can one endure 10,000 years of loneliness, and only then can one have the chance to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unchanging heart can a drop of water turn into an endless vault of heaven." As Shimu muttered to himself, he seemed to be speaking nonsense. At first, Lu Benwei did not understand. Slowly, he realized that his master was answering Shao Chen's question. Although Shao Chen did not understand, he firmly remembered it, not missing a single word. After Shimu finished speaking, Lu Benwei said, "Master, I'll go and make arrangements for Shao Chen's accommodations first." Shimu remained silent, not saying a word. Lu Benwei understood what Shimu meant. He performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave, heading down the mountain. Chapter 2151. In the ruins of the ancient palace, Shao Qin drank alone, thinking about something. Lu Riyue's expression was equally unsightly. She was still angry at Shao Qin, angry at him for lying to her despite having something he could not say. The two stood with their backs to each other, not saying a word. The atmosphere turned silent. Ka! Ka! Lu Benwei stepped on the rubble and appeared before the two. Lu Riyue gently drifted over to Lu Benwei's side. Then she asked, "Senior brother, how are Master's injuries?" "It's fine. It's just some old problems." "Junior sister, there is no need to worry." Lu Riyue nodded slightly and took her leave, not willing to linger. Shao Chun stood up and walked over to Lu Benwei. He said somewhat guiltily, "Sorry, big brother Lu. I was rash before this." Shao Qin had always been like this. Wrong was wrong, right was right. Previously, he had been too stubborn and rash, causing Senior Shimu, whom he owed a debt of gratitude, to vomit blood. No matter what, he could not justify this. Shao Qin thought about it. Back when he was in the ice-fire wasteland, if not for fate, he would have comprehended all things rejoicing together. Perhaps he would have died in the mouths of the mastiffs. With such a debt, he could not show off his skills before Senior Shimu. Lu Benwei patted Shao Chen's shoulder and said, "Come with me. I'll tell you a story." Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen followed Lu Benwei. He pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then he arrived at a cliff and sat down to watch the clouds rise and fall. The clouds here were like fog, vast and boundless. In the blink of an eye, it looked like a boundless fog sea. Sitting at the cliff and watching the sea, one felt like they were in the sky or at the seaside. It was incredibly wondrous. Lu Benwei took out a flask of wine and said, "In the past there was a person in a noble clan of swordsmen with 10,000 years of inheritance. His father, grandfather, and ancestors were all swordsmen. He started practicing the sword at the age of 3 and displayed outstanding talent. He bore the expectations of his clan. However, no one knew that what he truly loved was the saber. When he was 12, he was forced to leave his clan for the sake of practicing the saber. The facts proved that his choice was not wrong. He's handsome and can be considered a monster, but his talent in the saber Dao is even more monstrous. He is known as the fiendish saber. Before the age of 100, he became a sovereign emperor. His saber skills are unique. Many of the old seniors' understanding of the saber skills cannot compare to his. They all think that he will definitely become a powerful bladesman with boundless prospects. But he left home at a young age and was obsessed with saber techniques. He didn't learn anything about how to conduct himself. Her character has always been like that of a 12-year-old child. She is proud and stubborn, likes to listen to others' praises, and cannot stand external stimulation. Even after becoming a sovereign emperor, she still has the heart of a fragile girl. That's nothing. Most of the sword Dao seniors like him, and many swordsmen praise him generously. As Xiao Chen listened at the side, he already knew that Lu Benwei was talking about the fiendish saber Shimu. To think that this Shimu came from a noble clan of swordsmen. Since ancient times, there has been a battle between the sword and the saber. However, martial artists were always competitive, and they always wanted to see who was better. This was a noble clan of swordsmen. Furthermore, it was a noble clan of swordsmen that had existed for 10,000 years. Clearly, they placed great importance on the distinction between the sword and the saber. If not for their dedication to the sword Dao and love for the sword Dao, without an atmosphere where the sword reigned supreme, a noble clan of swordsmen would not be able to exist for more than 10,000 years. In such a noble clan where the sword reigned supreme, a scion suddenly appeared and went to learn the saber. This could be considered disgraceful. It was easy to imagine what kind of mockery and difficulties this scion would face. Hence, Shimu left home at the age of 12, leaving a noble clan of swordsmen that had existed for 10,000 years. However, something seemed to have happened later. Lu Benwei paused for a long time before continuing. Given his pride and stubbornness, as well as his heart of glass, it should not have been a big deal. However, after he advanced to sovereign emperor, he returned to the main clan, thinking that he could prove himself to his father and the clan with his accomplishments. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this is rather normal. Everyone wants to prove themselves. Back then, you all did not want me to practice the saber, making things difficult for me and mocking me. Now I return with glory. But he met a genius in the way of the sword that only appears once in 10,000 years in the family. Furthermore, he is also his cousin. In a situation where Xiao Chen's cultivation was lower than his, Xiao Chen used a 1-meter-long sword to break the saber in his hand. He lost miserably in front of the family elders' father and grandfather. Xiao Chen was stunned when he heard that. Just by putting himself in Shimu's shoes, he knew how embarrassed Shimu must have been. Originally, he wanted to come back to prove that he wasn't wrong, but he didn't expect to prove that he was wrong. Furthermore, someone weaker than Shimu had broken his saber. To Shimu, who wanted to show his holiness, this was a fatal humiliation. He could imagine that the clansmen who looked at him at that time must have been sneering and disdainful. There's no need to feel sorry for yourself. Just train hard and kill your way back in the future. When Xiao Chen heard this, he said softly, his tone filled with lofty sentiments and determination, That's right. That person thinks the same as you. A temporary setback is nothing. However, something happened just at this moment. A strange person using the saber suddenly appeared in the Great Thousand Realms. No one knows where he came from, but he just suddenly appeared. Then he showed up in the central Great Realm with his superb saber skills. Soon he rose up like a comet, kicking up huge waves among the bladesmen. This is a junior with even more talent than Master. His saber skills are simply too dazzling, astonishing everyone. At the mention of this person, a trace of sorrow flashed in Lu Benway's eyes. He no longer called Shimu by his alias and directly answered. This strange person who suddenly appeared was even more talented than Master. When word of this reached Master's ears, he naturally did not want to accept it. Master immediately fought with him and lost after 100 moves. After that, they fought a total of 9 times. Each time, the defeat was more devastating than the one before. The last time, Master advanced a foe god and wanted to fight again. In the end, he lost before he could even draw his saber. Lu Benway said sullenly, later on, everyone learned that that person came from an abandoned land. He called himself Pan Huang and always had a smile that could melt ice on his face. He was also known as the Spring Snowblades Man. Do you know how strong this person is? The current ranking of experts in the saber Dao does not include this person. My master is the strongest person in name. There is no point. This person has already gone too far on the path of the saber Dao. Pan Huang. Xiao Chen's heart shook. Unexpectedly, he heard about Pan Huang's legend from Lu Benway. He really wanted to say that he came from the same abandoned land as Pan Huang. However, after thinking about it, he held back and did not say it. This spring snow blades man dealt an even greater blow to Master than his younger cousin. After defeat, he no longer has any intention of returning to the clan. Feeling curious, Xiaochen asked, "Who is his younger cousin?" Lu Benway mocked. This younger cousin of his is incredible. He is the strongest person in the sword Dao, Su Hanshan. The Yanwu dynasty's Su clan is an extraordinary noble clan famous for the sword. When Xiao Chun heard that, he remained silent. When he thought about this senior Shimu, he felt really helpless. Shimu was naturally conceited. Unfortunately, the 2 greatest enemies he faced were the strongest person in the saber Dao and the strongest person in the sword Dao. No wonder Shimu looked so old and lethargic, his temper strange. Hence, you actually don't have to apologize to Master. Master has such a strange temper. Just don't mind it. He looks old, but in reality he has the heart of a young girl. He is not willing to admit that your talent is stronger than his. However, he cherishes your talent and cannot bear to bury it. So, he ordered me to send you the inheritance painting. He is a very contradictory and tangled person. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt somewhat flabbergasted. Now he finally understood everything. After being stunned for a long time, Xiao Chen smiled in disappointment and frustration. Had I known earlier, if I had lost to Senior's statue back then, all this would not have happened. Lu Benway smiled and said, "That might really be possible. What should we do now? I'll find a place for you to stay first. Just follow Junior Sister and cultivate with me for the next few days. Don't mind our master-disciple relationship too much. Given Master's temper, he will definitely not take you in. However, if you refuse to leave, he will not chase you out either." At this point, Lu Benway thought of something. Then he said, seriously, "All right. Before I left, I heard Master muttering to himself. It might be of some help to your problem. How can a drop of water shatter the sky? Only with disrespect can one have the possibility to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unyielding heart can one endure 10,000 years of loneliness, and only then can one have the chance to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unchanging heart can a drop of water turn into an endless vault of heaven." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, feeling suddenly enlightened. The many layers of fog in the second inheritance painting slowly parted. After listening to the painting, Shao Chen muttered to himself. Then he quickly took out the painting and looked at it carefully. Unknowingly, Shao Chen immersed himself in the painting, forgetting everything else. Lu Benwei sat at the side, quietly drinking wine and not disturbing Shao Chen. Shao Chen thought enviously, "No wonder Master cannot bear to bury his talent. Back then, I looked at this second painting for more than 10 years before I managed to understand a little. I nearly lost myself in it and could not come out. Since then, Master has given up on letting me continue learning the fiendish saber inheritance. That would only bring harm and no benefits." However, now, with just a few words from his master, Shao Chen seemed to understand everything, as if he already understood everything. Chapter 2152. Boom! After some time, the painting in front of Shao Chen burst into flames. A drop of spiritual blood flickered in the ashes, looking very strange. Shao Chen opened his eyes and revealed an expression of joy. He vaguely sensed that his saber great Tao was one step closer to a Tao domain. The fiendish saber inheritance had many similarities to his flawless great Tao. Back when Shao Chen comprehended all things rejoicing together, he vaguely sensed that the fiendish saber inheritance could complete his saber Tao. Now that he comprehended the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance, he was even more certain that he could form a saber Tao domain if he worked hard on the fiendish saber inheritance. When Lu Benwei, who was at the side, saw this scene, he was greatly startled. The wine flask in his hand fell off the cliff. This scene stunned Lu Benwei. He said, "You, how did you do it?" Back then, Master said that there was a drop of fiendish blood in this inheritance painting. Back then, Master brought out the fiendish saber inheritance to its limits. He had to find another way to complete it himself. However, he still could not obtain the fiendish blood. This could be considered a lifelong regret. Shao Chen felt excited. This fiendish saber inheritance seemed to have a mysterious origin. Even Senior Shimu could not completely comprehend it. Shao Chen guessed that it might have something to do with his flawless saber Tao. However, he did not dare to be sure. Sorry, I forgot myself." Lu Benwei performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Little brother Shao Chen, congratulations on obtaining the second move of the inheritance." Water droplet destroying the firmament. "Congratulations." Shao Chen returned the bow and said, "Although I comprehended it, I will still need a long time to obtain its true meaning and bring out its might. That is natural. However, there is no rush. Come with me. I will find a residence for you to stay in. In the future, you can cultivate here. There is no need to care about Shimu being the venerate. Just come with us to Fiend Cloud Hall to cultivate." "Thank you, big brother Lu." "Ha ha ha. Of course. After arranging a residence for Shao Chen, Lu Benwei said, "You can go directly to Fiend Cloud Hall tomorrow morning. Master will speak about the Tao there every morning. For the next few days, junior brothers Zhang Yushan and the other two will be in confinement. At that time, there might only be you, me, and junior sister Lu." Right. The cave was rather simple and crude. However, there were spirit gathering formations, cultivation rooms, and secret realms. After looking around, he felt very satisfied. The primal chaos spiritual energy was much better than in his residence in the Divine Qin. Early the next morning, Shao Chen opened his eyes and washed up. Then he rushed to Fiend Cloud Palace. Shao Chen, Shao Chen, Qin and Heaven, Spirit Shao Chen Yu. While in the primal chaos, Mu Yu, Shao and Sun, the Ilum, of King, Qin of Qin Dao, of He Dao is. In today's lecture, we bladesmen naturally cultivate the saber Dao. There were 3,000 great Daos, and there were no distinctions between them. However, there were always some special great Daos that, once comprehended, would allow one's strength to reach astonishing heights. For example, the space-time Tao, the reincarnation Tao, the death Tao, and the life Tao. Unfortunately, our saber Tao is not a special saber Tao. However, this does not mean that the saber Tao is weaker than these great Tao, because the ultimate goal of the 3,000 great Tao is the heavenly Tao. In the end, they will all return to the same place. Shimu spoke indifferently from the platform. His voice was calm, but his meaning was simple. He didn't deliberately mystify them, making them feel like they understood, but he also didn't make them feel as if they didn't understand. Instead, he didn't make them feel as if they didn't understand at all. This was especially so when Shimu explained some special great Tao like the death Tao and the cycle Tao. This was refreshing to Xiao Qin. As expected, it was good to have a master, especially an empty god realm expert. Xiao Qin leaned against a tree and listened attentively. Suddenly, he heard the voice stop. When Xiao Qin startled awake, he saw Shimu looking at him. Feeling a little guilty, he cupped his hands and said, "Xiao Chen greets Senior." Shimu glanced at Xiao Chen and ignored him. He continued speaking on his own, making Xiao Chen feel embarrassed. "Little brother Xiao Chen, sit beside me." Lu Benwei waved his hand, resolving Xiao Chen's awkwardness. Xiao Chen thanked Lu Benwei. Seeing that Shimu did not object, he quickly sat down. On the other side, Lu Riwa looked at Xiao Chen before withdrawing her gaze and fixing it on Shimu. After 15 minutes, Shimu finished his explanation. Lu Riwa started asking questions, asking what she did not understand. Shimu answered patiently, drawing inferences about other things. This made everyone feel like the clouds parted and the fog cleared up. Xiao Chen could not help saying, "I have question." If a person loses something in the Saber Tao, they will discover that these things are crucial to forming the Saber Tao domain. However, I discovered that these things are crucial to forming the Saber Tao domain. It is extremely difficult to pick them up again. Instead, they have become bottlenecks. How am I to break through? Shimu snorted coldly and retorted, "You are not my disciple. Why should I tell you?" When Lu Benwei saw the situation, he quickly said, "Master, disciple recently felt that my Saber Tao domain reached a bottleneck. I seem to have forgotten some of the things I learned in the past." Shimu glanced at Lu Benwei and said indifferently, "If you keep it in your mind, there will be an echo. Since it concerns a bottleneck, it must be a mark deep in your bones and soul. How can it be easily erased? If you are patient, you will eventually find it. If you feel that you have forgotten it and do not think about it, how can it respond to you?" After saying that, Shimu left. Xiao Chen stood up and said, "Thank you, big brother Lu." Lu Benwei smiled casually and said, "It's fine. I saw that you were indeed in a rush. Given your talent, you should have comprehended the Saber Tao domain long ago." Xiao Chen sighed and said, "If you keep it in your mind, there will be an echo. Senior Shimu is right. I need to be patient and persistent. My flawless Saber Tao will one day form a flawless Tao domain. Junior sister, please wait." When Lu Benwei saw Lu Riwa leave, he called out to her, "Junior brothers are not here today. However, we cannot delay this sparring session." Lu Riwa said, "Senior brother, you want to exchange moves with me? I am much stronger than you. Even if I suppress my cultivation, there is not much point. Let Xiao Chen spar with you. The two of you are similar in strength. If you exchange moves, with me giving you pointers, you will definitely improve." When Lu Riwa heard this, she immediately became unhappy. She was a person who drew a clear line between love and hate. The first time they met, Xiao Chen took liberties with her. Then, when she asked him to explain the secret, he lied to her that there was no secret. This made her very uncomfortable. Right now, Lu Riwa was not willing to exchange moves with Xiao Chen. However, due to her first senior brother, she had no choice but to agree. She said seriously, "Please give me pointers." Lu Riwa drew the short saber at her waist. A strong wind blew, and willow leaves fluttered about. Lu Ruiyue moved like a leaf in the wind, her figure hard to find. Lu Ruiyue attacked as soon as she said she would. She only wanted to defeat Xiao Chen quickly and end this exchange. As Xiao Chen watched Lu Ruiyue attack, he felt deeply moved. It was like he had returned to the days when he was at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. With one glance, he could tell the truth of the saber. To others, the name of the willow leaf saber might strike fear in their hearts. However, to Xiao Chen it was very familiar. Although the willow leaf saber was a saber technique that Lu Ruiyue created, it was derived from the Qingyun Peak's 7 secret techniques, especially the saber before her. This clearly had the shadow of the clear wind chop from back then. It followed the body like a shadow, only seeing the cool wind and not the saber. However, this time it was even more exquisite. Not only could she not sense where the saber intent was, but her figure was also erratic. What was even rarer was that with the support of soul energy and the wind saber domain, its aura was incomparable. Dang! Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber, and his saber moved like lightning. It looked like a casual strike, but it happened to strike the opening of Lu Ruiyue's move. Hey! Lu Benwei exclaimed softly, and his eyes lit up. Where did he find this opening? He did not even notice it. Lu Ruiyue was even more startled. When she saw Xiao Chen's expressionless face, she could not help feeling even angrier. Lu Ruiyue executed the willow leaf saber again. It gently drifted up and soared up. It was like a phantom of light and shadow, moving as fast as a strong wind. When Xiao Chen drew his saber, he blocked the attack at the critical moment again, appearing very ingenious. Good. Lu Benwei could not help clapping and cheering, revealing a smile. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Xiao Chen dealt with the moves as they came. Lu Ruiyue's originally unhappy mood had already drifted far away. She was now immersed in exchanging moves with Xiao Chen. She felt that Xiao Chen's moves were very profound. He always struck her weak points, allowing her to quickly make up for her deficiencies. This had a miraculous effect on the progress of her saber techniques. The most important thing was that Lu Ruiyue felt very satisfied for some reason. It was like the scene before her had become familiar, making her immersed in it unconsciously. She had never experienced this kind of feeling from any of the martial practitioners who had exchanged blows with her before. After 1,000 moves, the two of them sheathed their sabers and retreated. Ha, good. Junior sister, I was right, wasn't I? Exchanging blows with Brother Xiao Chen is indeed very helpful to you. Lu Benwei laughed as he walked over and said softly, as if. Lu Ruiyue was afraid that she would not be able to hide her joyful expression. She put on a straight face and turned around to leave. However, the instant she turned around, her heart pounded heavily. Lu Benwei was confused and scratched his head. Isn't it good? Chapter 2153. After Lu Ruiyue left, only Xiao Chen and Lu Benwei remained in Fiend Cloud Hall. Looking at Lu Ruiyue's back, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He was in a rush to tell Lu Ruiyue the truth. However, he warned himself over and over again that he was not strong enough. If he said it out loud, he would die early. The person he loved the most was right in front of him, but he had to pretend to be a stranger. Only Xiao Chen himself could understand the bitterness within. Brother Xiao Chen, this blade technique of yours is truly refreshing. However, the flaws are also obvious, Lu Benwei said with a smile. Every saber technique had its flaws. There was no perfect martial technique or cultivation technique in the world. Xiao Chen naturally understood this principle. He did not get angry. Instead, he said politely, "Senior brother, please guide me." "No problem." After some pointers, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that the seemingly unremarkable Lu Benwei's skills with the saber were actually so exquisite. Not only did his cultivation surpass Xiao Chen's, but his understanding of saber techniques also shocked Xiao Qin. Shimu was far from as simple as Xiao Qin thought. If it were Shimu, he would be an existence that others could only look up to, only watch from afar and not talk about in detail. Lu Benwei was perfect. He could discuss with Xiao Qin in detail, and they complemented each other. Thank you, Big Brother Lu. I really benefited a lot. Xiao Qin cupped his hands and thanked him sincerely. Lu Benwei smiled and nodded. You're too polite. Remember to come again tomorrow. Although Master didn't accept you as a disciple, you should know what this means, right? I understand, Xiao Qin said softly. This meant that Shimu only could not get over the hurdle in his heart. Although he felt apologetic, he truly cherished Xiao Qin's talent and did not want him to be buried. The next day, Xiao Qin arrived at Fiend Cloud Hall on time. Then he sat beside Lu Benwei and listened to Shimu's teachings. After Shimu left, Xiao Qin started exchanging moves with Lu Ryue. The two did not say anything. However, the tacit understanding between them didn't require too many words. Both of them could feel a strange feeling flowing in their hearts. Not only did their strengths improve significantly, but Lu Ryue found this feeling strange. However, she did not want to embarrass herself by asking Xiao Qin about it. Xiao Qin was well aware of this, but he was unwilling to take the initiative to explain. Time flew by like water. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In the past 5 years, the two of them had not spoken more than 3 sentences. Lu Ryue gradually felt that the tacit understanding between the two of them had reached an incredible level. She felt that it was strange, but every time she saw Xiao Qin's calm expression, as if he was unwilling to say anything, she was a little angry and recalled that he had once said that he already had someone he loved the most. His heart, which had been slightly moved, gradually cooled down and calmed down. 5 years. Just like that, Xiao Qin stayed in Fiend Cloud Hall, listening to Senior Shimu's teachings for 5 years. Lu Benwei even asked questions on his behalf, indirectly receiving countless pointers. Although they were not master and disciple in name, they were already master and disciple in reality. 5 years. He had spent 5 years to complete his Saber Dao. He relied on the Ice-Fire Divine Origin to raise his Ice Great Dao to the Ice Dao domain. 2 years ago, Xiao Qin grasped 3 Dao domains. However, he did not rush to form a divine seal to advance to half-step Sovereign Emperor. This was because Lu Benwei said that Xiao Qin had not merged his 3 Dao domains. If he forcefully formed a divine seal, it would result in an imperfect divine seal. Furthermore, this divine seal was the crux of forming a divine flame. If he rashly formed a divine seal, it would result in an imperfect divine seal. Xiao Qin's strength would soar rapidly. He might be happy for a while, but it would be over when he reached the faux god realm. Following Lu Benwei's advice, Xiao Qin did not form a divine seal for the past 2 years, waiting for an opportunity. Counting the time, he had already been in the faux god realm for 7 years. More than half of the 10 years had already passed. During the 5 years in Fiend Cloud Hall, aside from cultivating on the mountain, Xiao Qin would challenge the trial tower if Senior Shimu did not speak about the Dao. Right now, Xiao Qin no longer cared about breaking records. He only challenged the trial tower to test what he learned in the mountain. Although Xiao Qin did not have any intention of breaking records, he had already broken many records along the way. Now, 2 people's names were the most eye-catching on the glory stele in front of the trial tower. One was Chu Chaoyan, and the other was the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Qin heard that Chu Chaoyan had already advanced to Sovereign Emperor and left. Xiao Qin did not get a chance to meet him. On this particular day, Senior Shimu finished his lecture in Fiend Cloud Hall. As per usual, Xiao Qin and Lu Ryue started exchanging moves. The two had interacted day and night for the past 5 years and already had a tacit understanding with each other. Without saying anything, they both made their moves and started exchanging moves in Fiend Cloud Hall. At the side, Zhang Yushan and the other two showed helplessness in their eyes. This was especially so for Zhang Yushan, who felt rage in his helplessness. Back then, Zhang Yushan had endured 3 months in the Thunder Saber domain after much difficulty. Unexpectedly, he had to meet Xiao Qin again for a few years. What Zhang Yushan found even more unacceptable was that his first senior brother always sent him to exchange moves with Lu Riyue. Now it was Xiao Qin. After some negotiation, Zhang Yushan wanted to send Xiao Qin away. However, when he learned that his first senior brother would teach him a lesson, he could not accept it. After making a fool of himself in front of everyone, he could only watch Xiao Qin exchange moves with Lu Riyue. However, Zhang Yushan could not do anything about it and could only watch helplessly. If not for wanting to listen to Shi Mu's lecture for the past 5 years, Zhang Yushan would have left long ago. When he saw Shi Mu every day, he felt frustrated. After watching for a while, Zhang Yushan took the lead to leave with a cold expression. Soon, only Xiao Qin, Lu Riyue, and Lu Benwei remained. After exchanging moves, Lu Riyue surprisingly did not turn around and leave. She looked at Xiao Qin and said, "You should be about to form your divine seal, right?" Xiao Qin nodded and said, "If I want to, I can form my divine seal at any time." "In that case, quickly form your divine seal. The trial tower's 81st floor will open in 3 days. At that time, the people of the 5 super factions will participate. If you do not have the strength of a half-step sovereign emperor, you will be at a disadvantage." When Xiao Qin heard that, he felt it was strange. He knew that the trial tower's 81st floor was open. He was also prepared to form his divine seal within these 3 days and advance to half-step sovereign emperor. In reality, if he had only merged his Thunder Dao domain with his soul 5 years ago, he would have been able to form his divine seal. However, he waited for 3 years to form his third Dao domain. After that, he waited for 2 years to form his perfect divine seal. Now, as long as Xiao Qin wanted to, he could form his divine seal easily. He would not even need 15 minutes. Xiao Qin's accumulations were already extremely horrifying. He could form his divine seal with 1 Dao domain in the faux god world. Only outstanding talents dared to condense a divine seal with 2 Dao domains. Those who condensed 3 Dao domains like Xiao Qin were few and far between. Hence, Xiao Qin felt that Lu Riyue's words were superfluous. What exactly was she trying to say? When Lu Riyue heard that, she said, "Since you said that you can form your divine seal at any time, then do it now. I'll watch from here." Xiao Qin immediately revealed a strange expression as he looked at Lu Benwei. Lu Benwei waved his hand, not understanding what Xiao Qin meant. "What's wrong? Are you lying to me again?" Bitterness flashed on Lu Riyue's face. Clearly, she still felt conflicted about Xiao Qin lying to her 5 years ago. When Xiao Qin saw Lu Riyue like this, he could no longer hide his usual cool and indifferent expression. Xiao Qin's eyes turned somewhat moist as he smiled bitterly. However, this smile eventually turned into lofty sentiments. He said seriously, "Why would I lie to you? I said that I can break through at any time. So I can do so at any time." Right after Xiao Qin spoke, 3 different lights flowed around his body. One was purple, representing the Thunder Dao domain. One was white, representing the Ice Dao domain. The last one was the most dazzling, representing Xiao Qin's flawless Dao domain. With just a thought, the 3 Dao domains entered Xiao Qin's forehead and entered his soul pool, merging with the azure-colored dragon seal that represented his soul. There were no obstructions. Everything happened naturally. The Dao domains merged with his soul, continuously changing. When the changes stopped, a golden dragon seal appeared like it was alive. It contained a supreme dragon might and the sharpness of a saber. It was accompanied by lightning and snow in his soul pool, a perfect divine seal. The 3 mysterious phenomena perfectly merged with Xiao Qin's soul, appearing in his soul pool. This golden dragon seal was a perfect divine seal. Boom! A soaring saber intent erupted from Xiao Chen's body, illuminating the entire fiend cloud hall. The mysterious phenomena in Xiao Chen's soul pool appeared, encasing the entire fiend cloud hall. Zhang Yushan and the others, who were halfway down the mountain, looked up and saw this mysterious phenomenon. Their expressions changed drastically. Three mysterious phenomena. This fellow really condensed a perfect mysterious phenomenon. Up in Fiend Cloud Hall, Xiao Chen withdrew the various mysterious phenomena back into his body with a thought. In just an instant, Xiao Chen underwent a rebirth, condensed his divine seal, and advanced to half-step Sovereign Emperor. His strength reached a horrifying level. It looked like success came naturally. However, only Lu Benwei, who accompanied Xiao Chen, knew the loneliness and accumulation he had to endure. For this moment, Xiao Chen had put in 7 years of hard work. Very good. The hidden bitterness on Lu Riyue's face vanished, and she smiled. This was the first time she smiled before Xiao Chen in 5 years. This smile distracted Xiao Chen somewhat. When he startled to his senses, he only saw Lu Riyue's back. Lu Benwei was about to congratulate Xiao Chen when he suddenly slapped himself on the head. I got confused. Today is the day junior sister Riyue leaves the faux god world. Her 10-year period is up. Chapter 2154. Before I leave, I will watch you advance to half-step Sovereign Emperor and seek some peace of mind. That is good. Zhang Yushan felt very happy, feeling the pent-up resentment in his heart for more than 5 years being released. However, what was the point? In the end, he could only watch the person he loved depart before his eyes. As for me, only then can I leave in peace. Damn it, come. Let's send off junior sister Lu. The two of us are stupid. To think that we forgot about such an important matter. She must be angry at us for not even remembering this. Zhang Yushan could not tell Lu Benwei or Lu Riyue about this pain. He could only hide it in his heart and pretend to be cold. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had formed a perfect divine seal. He immediately turned back, wanting to see if it was real or fake. This startled Lu Benwei into leaving quickly, somewhat flustered. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said, I'm really flustered. Go and look for Master. Master will definitely be able to save him. Since Lu Riyue was not willing to say it, there was no need to force it. Xiao Chen's ice, lightning, and Dao domains also turned chaotic, uncontrollable. Lu Benwei stepped forward and checked Xiao Chen's pulse. He immediately panicked from fright. Xiao Chen came to the Great Thousand Realms to search for you. However, he ended up meeting her. Xiao Chen had even interacted with her day and night, but he felt wronged and lonely. No one could tell him about it. No one could understand his pain. Lu Benwei blamed himself. He turned around, wanting to give chase. However, when he looked back, he discovered that Lu Riyue was long gone. It was just that no one knew what the story behind this was. Using it on Xiao Chen was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, when Lu Benwei sent Xiao Chen over, Xiao Chen was already on his last breath. Lu Benwei only knew that Xiao Chen had just broken through to half-step Sovereign Emperor, and his chances of survival were slim. A crack appeared in Xiao Chen's heart, and the veritable essence energy in his body turned chaotic. Uncontrollable veritable essence energy filled Xiao Chen's meridians. It was like a wild horse running amok in Xiao Chen's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Riyue waited. This wait lasted 5 years. On Xiao Chen's forehead, there was also a flame that contained divine might. It emitted a gentle light that enveloped Xiao Chen. Given Lu Riyue's intelligence, how could she not guess the mysteries between the two of them after being together for 5 years? Xiao Chen's vitality was weakening bit by bit. Lu Benwei turned pale with fright. She turned to look at Xiao Chen, But just as she was about to speak, she realized that the latter's delicate face was frighteningly pale. "Master, Brother Xiaochen, can he still be saved?" A cold smile flashed in Zhang Yushan's eyes as he said, "This Xiaochen is crippled." He forcefully broke through and condensed a perfect divine seal, but he suffered a backlash. "This is great. I reckon that even if Master is saved, he will be a cripple. Then what should we do?" Helpless and heartbroken, he could only swallow it alone. If Xiao Chen had entered the trial tower's 81st floor as a heaven-defying sovereign personage, he would have been in great danger. Shimu did not answer. Instead, he said, "Tell me everything that happened today." Lu Benwei asked as he looked at Shimu anxiously. Xiao Chen's body was as cold as ice at one moment and incredibly hot at another. After a while, it felt like his entire body was filled with a sharp saber intent. Just a slight touch would leave wounds riddled in his body, and his palm would be covered in blood. When will he wake up? Since Xiao Chen saw Lu Riyue in Fiend Cloud Hall, he had interacted with her day and night. Every time he saw her, his heart ached more, like a silver needle stabbing into his heart. Xiao Chen wanted to make a move and stabilize the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body. He believed that given his cultivation, he should be able to do so easily. Of course, it was practically impossible for a bona fide faux god to lower his status to save someone. After Lu Benwei vanished, 3 people appeared in Fiend Cloud Hall. They were Zhang Yushan and the other 2. "Little brother Xiao Chen, what's wrong?" The answer to Zhang Yushan's question was a mouthful of blood. Without any warning, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and fell over. Even Shimu only had one portion. After using it, it was gone. After all, they were all junior brothers of the same sect. The 3 wondered if they should pretend to show concern to their master to gain a good impression. In the past 5 years, countless silver needles had been stabbed into Xiao Chen's chest and heart. Shimu did not think too much. He immediately took out the primal Chaos Heaven replenishing ointment and pulled Xiao Chen back from the gates of hell. Lu Benwei could not dodge in time, and blood splashed all over him. By the time he recovered his wits, Xiao Chen had already fallen to the ground. Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. After all, they had been together for so many years. Xiao Chen even forgot to send him off. How could he not be angry? However, Xiao Chen did not know what kind of heartache Xiao Chen had endured for the past 5 years. How could someone who had just advanced to half-step Sovereign Emperor have such a scary expression? That was Shimu's faux god flame. Shimu was not a doctor and did not understand much about it. He was not good at saving people. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps forever. Lu Benwei immediately felt somewhat flustered. Clearly, something was wrong with Xiao Chen's current state. However, Xiao Chen could not say it. He did not dare to, and he could not. He could only grit his teeth and put on a stern face, pretending that nothing had happened. This stunned Xiao Chen. Then he suddenly understood. The trial tower's 81st floor was open. At that time, all the experts of the 5 super factions would appear. Some false emperors in closed-door cultivation would not miss out on this opportunity. Xiao Chen ignored the strangeness of Xiao Chen's physical body and picked him up, flying towards the clouds. Xiao Chen tried a few times, even trying to forcibly suppress Xiao Chen, but he suffered an intense backlash. If something went wrong, even if Xiao Chen did not die, he would die because of Xiao Chen. I already said long ago that this fellow is trash. To think that Master gave him the inheritance painting, and we did not even let him take a look. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Xiao Chen did not know what cultivation technique Xiao Chen cultivated, but the veritable essence energy in his body was vast and heavy. At this moment, his veritable essence energy turned chaotic, like a group of demons dancing around. Even when they were about to leave, Xiao Chen still had no intention of saying anything, so Xiao Chen could only guess. However, when Lu Benwei actually started, he discovered that his thinking was too simple. At this moment, Xiao Chun lay on a jade bed, his entire body wrapped in white bandages. The bandages were covered with the primal Chaos Heaven replenishing ointment that Shimu collected. This ointment was incredibly precious. Even if a faux god's physical body suffered fatal damage, it could recover it to its original state. Xiao Chen's expression immediately turned somewhat unsightly. He sighed softly. "Junior Sister Lu, it looks like you are really angry." Xiao Chen's method was crude, but the effect was simple and crude. He was much more skilled than many peak doctors. Otherwise, the doctors of the Great Thousand Realms would not be able to survive. Xiao Chen once said that he had someone he loved the most, so he could only let his imagination run wild. Even if his heart burned with passion, he could only warn himself not to think about it. "Let's go and drink. We have to celebrate this matter. The trial tower's 81st floor, 3 days from now, has nothing to do with him. Now he suffered a backlash and is just a cripple. At that time, I can do whatever I want with him." These three were at the middle of the mountain. When they saw the mysterious phenomenon above Fiend Cloud Hall, they were shocked. However, Xiao Chun had really lied to Lu Riyue. He did have many things to say to her. Xiao Qin could fight a false emperor as a half-step sovereign emperor. When he became a sovereign emperor in the future, his strength would be immeasurable. After Lu Benwei finished speaking, Shimu entered deep thought. Every illness had a source. The source of Xiao Chen's illness was definitely Lu Riyue. His physical body is fine. He managed to preserve his life. However, even if a divine doctor were alive, he would not be able to save his heart. The heart pain that Xiao Qin had suppressed for 5 years erupted at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Qin felt an incredible heartache. The silver needles that were stuck in his heart for the past 5 years popped out one by one. The originally well-hidden wound immediately became riddled with holes. "Senior brother, what should we do now? Should we go over and show some concern? Damn it, what's going on?" Zhang Yushan scolded. "Concern my ass? I can't wait for him to die now. Master does not say it on the surface, but he is a true inheritor in his heart. First senior brother takes good care of him. Even junior sister Riyue has an ambiguous relationship with him. Just thinking about it makes me angry. If not for him appearing, the fiendish saber inheritance and junior sister Riyue would be mine. I might be skilled in martial arts, but I can form a perfect divine seal with a thought. How could she feel such familiarity and warmth for a stranger for no reason?" Pu Ci. Today was the day Lu Riyue left the faux god world. Xiao Chen's heart ached. He could indeed advance to half-step sovereign emperor at any time. He had not lied to Lu Riyue. However, Lu Riyue did not know that she could advance to half-step sovereign emperor at any time and wanted to personally witness it before she left. She could only use the most precious spirit herbs to stabilize Xiao Chen's physical injuries. Then, she used the faux god flame to forcibly suppress the chaotic, veritable essence energy and great Tao in Xiao Chen's body. Even though Zhang Yushan's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's, he did not dare to act rashly after his divine energy entered. After interacting with Xiao Qin for 5 years, Zhang Yushan clearly knew everything. However, he could not say it out loud. Zhang Yushan had not expected a perfectly fine person to be on the verge of death all of a sudden. Even though Lu Riyue had lost all her memories, completely forgetting about Xiao Qin, the Sky Dome Realm, and Qingyun Mountain, Zhang Yushan could not lie to Zhang Yushan about the feeling of interacting with Xiao Qin. "This is really delightful. You reap what you sow. Serves you right for forcing your breakthrough." Coincidentally, they saw the scene of Xiao Qin vomiting a mouthful of blood and barely breathing. Chapter 2155. Boom! Mu Zifeng had no choice but to come. The other super factions all had major characters holding down the fort. One of the most important points was the divine medicine that could extend the lives of real gods and empty god experts. Anyone who could obtain the divine medicine would die. Fiendish Saber, Shimu's disciples, spread the news. Then he checked and confirmed that Shaoqin had not appeared. False emperors were horrifying existences that could refine divine energy. Unless a sovereign emperor appeared, no one could defeat them. The insufferably arrogant Feng Xiaobai, who stood beside Shimu, said, "Your Highness, King Jin, I heard that Shao Chun failed to form his perfect divine seal. Now it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. He will probably miss this trial tower." At the mention of Pan Huang, Shimu could not help recalling the sad matters of his clan. He shook his head and sighed before turning to leave. It would be a great pity for the sovereign personages in the faux god world if they missed this opportunity. Xiao Hozun said, "That's right. With our status, there is no need to keep competing with a mixed-blood dragon. These princes and the noble clans of the dynasty are our true opponents. In the past, Shao Chun really lowered our statuses. As long as one obtained a 10,000-year-old herb king, one would obtain a great reward. Aside from that, there were many rare divine materials and all sorts of natural treasures in that paradise. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps forever." Shimu revealed a contemplative expression. Then he muttered, "The pain reached its peak, and the heart no longer hurts?" On this particular day, many people gathered around the trial tower in the Holy Domain's divine capital. It did not matter whether the Heavenly Alliance ranked last or not. The Heavenly Alliance did not rely on outstanding talents to establish itself. Who is Shaoqin? Strange. Why can't the crack in his heart heal? There is clearly a crack, but the life force in his heart is incredibly strong. There is no problem at all. Strange, strange. Ah. The only ones that could be sent out were Gongzi Lan, Wu Meng, and Mou. However, these three were only half-step sovereign emperors. What was a herb king? The opening of the trial tower's 81st floor was a great test to see which superfaction could come out on top. This also represented their strength and status. After Shao Qin suffered a backlash when he formed his divine seal, he would have one less strong opponent. This time he could only be at the bottom, but it didn't matter. Fiendish Saber, Shimu's words were somewhat vague, making it hard for Lu Benwei to calm down. He said seriously, "Master, there are still 3 more days before the trial tower's 81st floor opens. If Shao Qin cannot make it in time, he will be at a disadvantage." Then, Shimu's eyes lit up as he looked at the sleeping Shao Qin, who was wrapped in white cloth. Then he revealed an expression of admiration. Lu Benwei was slightly startled when he heard that. Obviously, he had still underestimated the seriousness of the matter. But who could have imagined that such a thing would happen? Originally, Shao Qin planned to participate in the 81st floor's trial after advancing to half-step sovereign emperor. They smiled and nodded at each other, but each of them had their own strengths and were secretly competing with each other. Feng Xiaobai said softly, "It's fine. I hope to take revenge myself." Lu Benwei said, "Brother Shao Qin seems to have a martial technique called heartbreaking style. Every time he used this technique, his chest would crack open. The pain stimulated his entire body's potential to deliver a sure kill strike. However, he rarely used it. I heard that when he practiced this cultivation technique to the peak, his heart would no longer feel pain." Chu Feng said indifferently, "No wonder I did not see anyone in the Heavenly Alliance that I cared about. How unfortunate. This king was prepared to help you vent your anger. It looks like I can only wait for the future." After seeing the heartbreaking style, Shimu no longer worried about whether Shao Qin could wake up. This is a great opportunity. To think that this fellow ruined it. Xiao Hozun, who had already advanced to false emperor, appeared somewhat disappointed. However, some joy flashed in his heart. This person was the Tianwu dynasty's prince conferred the title of King Jin, Chu Feng. This piece of information was most likely accurate. Lu Benwei felt somewhat anxious, but he could not do anything. If his master could save him, he would have done so long ago. Any spirit herb that surpassed 1,000 years of lifespan and lived to 10,000 years could be called a herb king. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Be it the Bushin Palace, the Primal Chaos Palace, or the other super factions, their peak outstanding talents had already become sovereign emperors and left. However, there were still many false emperors remaining. Only sovereign personages could enter. This was an opportunity for the disciples of the various super factions. The disciples of the Heavenly Alliance, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the Universe Origin Sect, the Hidden Spirit Temple, and the Bushin Palace. 5 super factions gathered here. With a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. Shimu's pale face revealed some doubt. That person is already crippled. This time we have to pay more attention to the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the Bushin Palace, and the Hidden Spirit Temple's group of Baldies. As long as we obtain a fortuitous encounter in paradise and leave the faux god world, the 2 of us will be able to move unhindered among the younger generation. This was sincere admiration. This Xiao Chen's talent in the saber Dao surpassed his own. In the blink of an eye, it fell apart. The great paradise no longer existed. Shimu said coldly, "You are still thinking about paradise? You are rather optimistic. If he does not wake up, he really will not wake up. At that time, even if he recovers from his injuries, he will just be a walking dead." Master, what should we do with little brother Xiao Qin? However, Xiao Qin, whom Shimu valued the most, did not appear. He heard that Xiao Qin suffered a backlash when he tried to condense a perfect divine seal, crippling him. Due to the seal, it would be extremely difficult for faux gods and sovereign emperors to enter this paradise. This person was the Heavenly Alliance's Lord Mu Zifeng. The opening of the Trial Tower's 81 floors concerned the prestige of the various super factions. The Trial Tower's 81 floors were mysterious and unfathomable. Ordinary people would be done for after reaching the 80th floor. After Shimu spoke, he stepped forward. A divine light appeared in his eyes as he prodded Xiao Chen's chest with one hand. Only some of the older generation knew that the 81 floors connected to a herb field known as Paradise. Not only could one obtain many rewards, but the super faction they belonged to would also be greatly rewarded. Just at this moment, a person wearing luxurious robes embroidered with the Universe Origin True Flame and a golden sash appeared at the Universe Origin Palace's location. He gave off a noble air, clearly showing off his noble status. With one look, it was clear that this was a member of the Tianwu dynasty's royal clan. However, the concept of a divine herb was too vague. In the past 100,000 years, only one divine herb had been found in this paradise. As long as the Heavenly Alliance could not be destroyed and rise to the ranks of a super faction, it would be sufficient. The Heavenly Alliance had gathered all the merchant associations in the world and held boundless wealth. If the Heavenly Alliance's cultivators grew stronger and revealed their tyrannical aura, it would not be a good thing. If they advanced to faux god in the future, they might become the second Pan Huang. Aside from the Universe Origin Palace's people, the Profound Heaven Holy Lands, Mu Yunju, and the Bushin Palaces by Yunfei and Xiao Hozun also felt somewhat disappointed. That was a paradise that had existed in this primal chaos space before the heavenly realm shattered. Unfortunately, when the heavenly realm shattered, this paradise suffered a destructive blow. At the place where the Heavenly Alliance disciples gathered, the leader was a person as handsome as a painting, dressed in embroidered robes. A total of 6 of the 7 plum blossoms on his chest were lit up. The center of the flower looked like snow, and the petals were inlaid with golden threads. This exuded nobility and pride, not tacky at all. Mu Zifeng was not in a good mood. The Heavenly Alliance's grim reaper Lin Feng was in closed-door cultivation, unable to come out. The Holy Lord, the Holy Domain's divine capital, the divine capital's Holy Lord. Mu Zifeng thought to himself, the Heavenly Alliance has too few outstanding talents. The main reason is that its accumulations cannot compare to the other factions. Mu Zifeng was more worried about Shaoqin. He did not know how Shaoqin was doing. The opening of paradise was like a great test for the various superfactions, as well as a competition. Bai Yunfei smiled happily as he spoke softly. The only thing that could be discovered in paradise was the 10,000-year-old Herb King. Above that, the 81st floor was not open. Heartbreaking stance. How could someone with such boldness be trapped in a maze? I believe that he will be able to come out. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly as he looked at the top of the trial tower, at the mysterious masked person. Then he said, "Holy Lord!" At that time, all the superfaction disciples in the faux god world who had not advanced to sovereign emperor would have to enter. However, no one knew when Shaoqian would wake up. Shimu stretched out his hand and waved, retrieving the faux god flame on Shaoqian's forehead. Then he sighed softly. "Stand guard here. His physical injuries are no longer a problem." Hey! Suddenly, a mighty aura came from the true god palace. In the next moment, the mighty aura spread out in all directions, putting heavy and majestic pressure on everyone present. Only some of the remaining true gods made a move and protected a rather large piece of paradise. They sealed it in the trial tower's 81st floor and modified it into a land of trials. Chapter 2156. The Holy Lord was the master of the Holy Domain's divine capital. Rumor had it that he possessed the strength of a true god. However, he had never revealed his true cultivation, making it hard for others to fathom. The 5 superfactions all revered this person. However, this person only appeared in the faux god world, never in the great Thousand Realms. Rumor had it that time flowed too quickly in the great Thousand Realms. He could only extend his life in the faux god world. This person no longer cared about mundane matters. Now, even the Holy Domain's divine capital was managed by the 5 superfactions. He would not ask about anything. The Holy Lord was mysterious and low profile, so low profile that others overlooked his existence. However, when he appeared, everyone revered him, suddenly remembering that he was the true master of the Holy Domain's divine capital. At the top floor of the trial tower, the Holy Lord wore a mask, hiding his appearance and expression. The reason why he had appeared at this moment was because he was the only one who could open the 81st layer that sealed paradise. Greetings, Holy Lord. Everyone revered the Holy Lord. The powerhouses of the various superfactions performed cupped fist salutes. The Holy Lord nodded slightly. Then he stretched out a hand and gently tapped the air. A spot of black light appeared. In that instant, the black light expanded into a black whirlpool. It looked like a black hole that could suck in one's soul essence, appearing very mysterious. Soon, this black hole expanded continuously, turning into a huge whirlpool. The people present all felt somewhat anxious and nervous. Paradise was filled with many uncertainties. No one knew what fortuitous encounter they would obtain in the end. It was this uncertainty that filled everyone with anxiety and anticipation. The disciples of the 5 superfactions, Bushin Palace, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the Hidden Spirit Temple, the Universe Origin Sect, and the Heavenly Alliance, all stared at the black hole like they were possessed. The seal has already been opened. If there is any danger, everyone can withdraw at any time. The Holy Lord's aged voice rang out. Then he withdrew silently, his whereabouts unknown. Perhaps he had already gone to the True God Palace, or perhaps he was hiding somewhere, watching with the crowd. Go then. Whoosh! No one knew who started it, but the false emperors of the various superfactions took the lead, unwilling to fall behind, wanting to be the first to enter paradise. The Heavenly Alliance's people were, at the very end, slightly inferior. Those who could enter the Void God Realm were all elites among elites. Everyone here was an elite among elites. In the great 1,000 domains, they could all be called heavenly geniuses. The scene of over 1,000 outstanding talents moving out at the same time was truly spectacular. This was especially so for the leaders. They were all false emperors, infinitely close to divine Vane realm's sovereign emperors. All of them showed off their sharpness, looking boundlessly elegant. Mu Zifeng looked around and revealed some helplessness in his eyes. Originally, he thought that he might be able to see Shao Chen appear at the last moment, but now it seemed that the rumor about Shao Chen's injury was indeed true. Looks like that kid is really crippled. Mu Yanju had not moved at all. His sharp eyes flashed like lightning as he stared at the surroundings. As long as Shao Chen revealed a trace of his aura, he would be able to detect it in an instant. For this day he had waited for a very, very long time. For more than 5 years, every day felt like a year. Every day was doubled in bitter cultivation. Mu Yinju had been waiting for the day when he could openly trample on Shao Chen. After the events of 5 years ago in the Icefire Wasteland spread, Mu Yinju by Yunfei and the others became the laughingstock of the faux god world's disciples. Many half-step sovereign emperors, princes of various empires and noble clan scions had been fooled by a Heavenly Alliance disciple. Paradise was an excellent opportunity for Mu Yunju to prove himself. However, Shao Chen did not show up. Damn it, I finally managed to condense divine energy after much difficulty, and you actually lost just like that. Mu Yunju cursed in his heart, unable to wait for Shao Chen. Then his figure flashed, and a profound light filled the air as he flew towards the entrance. Like Mu Yunju, Bai Yunfei, Xiao Hozun, and Fang Xiaobai waited for a long time before flying towards the black whirlpool in disappointment. Fiend Cloud Hall. A person lay on the white jade bed where fiendish saber Shimu cultivated. This person's body was covered in bandages, including his face. Only a pair of tightly shut eyes could be seen. A faint medicinal fragrance spread throughout the entire room. That was the fragrance of the primal Chaos Heaven replenishing ointment on the bandages. The primal Chaos Heaven replenishing ointment could allow a faux god to reconstruct the physical body. Yet it was used on a sovereign personage. If others saw this, they would definitely exclaim how unfortunate it was for wasting a heavenly treasure. Lu Benwei sat cross-legged outside the white jade bed, cultivating with his eyes closed. Whoosh! Suddenly, without any warning, Shao Chen opened his eyes. Shao Chen's eyes appeared listless as he stared at the ceiling. He looked like he had just woken up from a dream, or like he had yet to savor the gentleness of the dream. Shao Chen did not move for a long time. He had a dream. He dreamed of returning to Qingyun Peak. The beautiful days of the past appeared in his dream. Dreams were wondrous, like the most fragrant wine, intoxicating and infatuating. In the mirage of the wine cup light, Shao Chen only hoped that he would never wake up, that the night would never end, that dawn would never come. He continued drinking like that. However, Shao Chen was awake in the dream. The hand that held the wine cup trembled forever. Because of pain, even the most beautiful dream in the world could not make Shao Chen smile happily or ease the pain in his heart. After Shao Chen drank enough wine and saw enough of his memories, he opened his eyes and returned to reality. What is the point of all my martial arts? Shao Chen, who had been watching coldly in the dream, already had an answer. All my martial arts were hope, persistence, and struggle. Without these martial arts, I would not even have met Lu Riyue. My heart would have turned to ashes. Compared to heartache and heartbreak, a heart of ashes was more despairing. At least I still have a dream, a goal to strive for and pursue. Many people in this world do not even have a goal. For example, fiendish Saber Shimu. He was a peak faux god with all his martial arts. However, his heart died long ago. Sparks slowly lit up in Shao Chen's listless eyes. A strong fighting spirit surged in his heart. Then he clenched his right fist tightly, and a determined light appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! Lu Benwei, who was at the side, seemed to sense this gaze, so he suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed, it was Shao Chen. He had already woken up. Shao Chen looked at the bandages on his hands and body. After some thought, he wanted to tear them off. You can't do that. You have not completely absorbed this primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment yet. You cannot tear them off now. The internal injuries this time are even more damaging to your body than berserking chi deviation. If not for Master giving you the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment, you would not have recovered so quickly. Lu Benwei's voice rang out, stopping Xiao Chen. The primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment? No wonder Xiao Chen felt like he was in a medicinal spring. His entire body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. Where is Senior? Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. He wanted to find Shimu and thank him. Lu Benwei smiled and said, Given Master's temper, I don't think he will see you. It's good that you woke up. Back then, I nearly thought that you would never wake up again. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat guilty. He said apologetically, Many thanks, Big Brother Lu, for saving my life. Although Shimu had saved Xiao Chen, he would have died in his state at that time without Lu Benwei. How many days was I asleep? Xiao Chen asked. Exactly 3 days. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Perhaps Xiao Chen never thought of giving up from the start to the end. He had always remembered Paradise's trial in the depths of his heart. If Xiao Chen did not wake up on this day, he would truly give up. He would never wake up again, remaining a coward his entire life. If Xiao Chen did not even believe in his martial arts, what was the point of living? Xiao Chen believed that one day he would return to the divine Dragon Empire and take back everything he lost. He was filled with pride and would never give up. Can I make it in time? Xiao Chen did not say when, but Lu Benwei naturally understood what Xiao Chen meant. After some thought, he said, Logically speaking, there is no hope. The passageway that the Holy Lord opened is slowly shrinking. However, I have a way. Come with me. Xiao Chen got off the bed and wanted to put on the alloy battle armor. However, he helplessly discovered that the bandages mixed with the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment covered him in layers. There was no way to put on alloy gloves. He could not even use his storage ring. Once he used it, it would tear the bandages, causing the bandages to tear and the medicinal effects to leak out. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen picked up the white bedsheet and casually wrapped it around himself like a cloak. Strong winds howled at the summit of the mountain, where the clouds were like a sea. Strong winds blew as Xiao Chen wrapped himself in bandages. The bedsheet swayed in the strong wind, looking rather strange. However, Lu Benwei did not care. He pointed into the distance of the cloud sea and said, Do you see that? That is the entrance to the Paradise true body. Xiao Chen looked over and saw a frightening black hole in the distance. It was like a black appearing at the limits of his vision. That black hole was shrinking bit by bit. With his speed, he would not be able to reach it before it ended. Who is the fastest in the great 1,000 realms? The great rock. That's right. Have you heard of the saying, the great rock soars with the wind one day, soaring for 45,000 kilometers? Where does this wind come from? I once traveled outside and obtained an ancient inheritance called Great Gale Force. Only then did I realize that without wind, the great rock cannot fly. I have never tested this palm technique before. There are many space-time tears at the summit of this mountain range. I cannot guarantee that you can pass through safely. Do you dare to receive this palm strike of mine? Lu Benwei looked at Xiao Chen, secretly storing up power. He knew the answer in Xiao Chen's heart and was just waiting for him to speak. Do you think that I will give up? Ha ha ha. In that case, I will give you the power of the great rock to help you ride the wind. Lu Benwei reared his head back and laughed, his laughter shaking the sky. A strong wind howled like a horrifying wave, and a boundless aura gathered behind him. This wind seemed like it would flip over the sky and ground. Big, wind, force, an even more boundless howl resounded in the vast world, accompanied by an ancient and shocking roar. Lu Benwei's palm strike landed on Xiao Chen's body. Boom! Xiao Chen instantly entered the cloud sea. The vast cloud sea was boundlessly vast. Xiao Chen was like a drop of rain entering it, not causing any ripples at all. However, suddenly the world shook. Even the holy domain's divine capital started shaking. The many faux gods could not help looking over. Their expressions changed. They saw the sky turn pitch black, and a strong aura charged at the trial tower. A great rock. This startled several faux gods. When they looked over, they thought that a great rock really appeared in the faux god world. Then, a figure flew out of the vast cloud sea. This figure wore a white cloak and spread his arms, looking like a great rock covering the sky. He carried an overwhelming aura. In the blink of an eye, this figure crossed 5 million kilometers. Just as the black whirlpool was about to close, he turned into a beam of flowing light. He turned into a streak of light, carrying pride and stubbornness. Wrapped in a bedsheet, he rushed in, ignoring the gazes of the world. The great rock soared with the wind, soaring 45,000 kilometers. Chapter 2157. The great rock soared with the wind, flying 45,000 kilometers. Just as that black entrance was about to close, Xiao Chen's figure flashed in. What speed! It looked like a bedsheet just now. Did it enter paradise? It was not a bedsheet. Someone barged in while wearing a bedsheet. Did someone barge in? That should not be the case. If one's cultivation surpassed sovereign personage, one would not be able to barge in. It should be a sect disciple, but I do not know which sect. Did anyone see it clearly? The beam of light earlier carried the aura of a Kuan Peng as it flew over. It was so fast that it shocked the faux gods. The faux gods reacted only after a while. If it were a sovereign emperor, they would not even have seen the beam of light. They would only have sensed a strong aura. Lu Benwei's great gale force was simply stunning, helping Xiao Chen greatly. Whoosh! The instant the black whirlpool turned into a black dot and vanished, a huge light screen appeared above the trial tower, showing the scene of paradise. What a strange person. Why is he wrapped in a bedsheet? Is he not wearing any clothes? Mu Zifeng found this somewhat strange, feeling confused. It was not just Mu Zifeng. The other faux gods did not know what was going on, either. When they saw Xiao Chen's figure on the light screen, they all showed strange expressions. It was like this person had a strange fetish. They looked like they were looking at a weirdo. Haha, I wonder which sect's disciple is from. His entrance is rather scary. A faux god powerhouse from the profound heaven holy land, said with a smile, his tone filled with mockery. The powerhouses of the various superfactions all secretly asked around to see if this person was from their sect. After obtaining a positive answer, they heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Mu, this strange person should not be from our heavenly alliance. If he is, he would definitely be wearing the alloy battle armor. A heavenly alliance subordinate said after arriving beside Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng nodded slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. Although cultivators paid particular attention to being unrestrained and unrestrained, it was too much for someone to come out wrapped in a bedsheet. However, it was a little too much to come out wrapped in a bedsheet. It was easy for people to see it as a joke. At some point in time, Shimu appeared beside Lu Benwei at Fiend Cloud Hall. He frowned and said, "What a scandal! Can't you lend him some clothes?" Now that Lu Benwei thought about it, he felt embarrassed. He smiled bitterly and said, "I was in a rush, so I forgot." Shimu sighed. "This little fellow is too impatient. Let's see how he performs first." In paradise, the disciples of the various clans had arrived long ago. Be it false emperors or heaven-defying sovereign personages, they did not move rashly. They carefully sized up their surroundings. Regardless of how strong he was, it was better to be safe than sorry. He had to familiarize himself with the environment first. But just as they were sizing up their surroundings, a streak of light flew past. Xiao Qin, who had slowed down a lot but was still very fast, streaked over their heads. In an instant, the elites of the 5 superforces were dumbfounded. The person in front of them was wrapped in white gauze from head to toe, revealing only a pair of eyes. He wasn't wearing anything other than a bedsheet. It was hard to imagine who would dress up so strangely. Where did this lunatic come from? Bai Yunfei asked with a frown. He could not think of anyone who could match this person. Of course, he would not connect it to Xiao Qin. In Bai Yunfei's impression, Xiao Qin always wore white clothes or battle armor. His aura was completely different from the bedsheet-clad person before him. At the side, Xiahou Zun found it strange as well. After some thought, he said, "This fellow is somewhat strange. Later, go and test him out. See if we are wary of him." Yes, the other Bushin Palace disciples nodded. Right now, both Xiahou Zun and Bai Yunfei had advanced to false emperor. They were the leaders of the Bushin Palace disciples. No one dared to disobey them. Bai Yunfei waved his hand and said, "Brother Xiahou, who do you think it is?" Xiahou Zun entered deep thought. Then he shook his head and said, "I did not expect the 5 super factions to not be able to think of a corresponding person. This is really strange." One did not fear a strong and undefeatable enemy. One only feared an unfathomable enemy who did not play by the rules. The people of the profound Heaven Holy Land, the Hidden Spirit Temple, the Universe Origin Sect, and the Heavenly Alliance all showed strange expressions as they looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. They all showed expressions of confusion, wondering if a super faction was purposely trying to mislead them. Boom! The speed was too fast. Xiao Chen could not control his body and landed on a mountain peak. Fortunately, Xiao Chen did his best to control the impact. Otherwise, the entire mountain peak would have crumbled. Xiao Chen waved his hand and scattered the dust. Then he looked around and discovered that everyone was in a vast herb field. Paradise had been modified into a land of trials over the boundless passage of time, sealed in the trial tower's 81st floor. The first stage of this trial was to search for spirit herbs. Whoever found the most spirit herbs would be the winner. The strong would be able to obtain herb kings. One might even be able to find legendary divine herbs. Of course, that was extremely unlikely. No one harbored any hope. Being able to obtain a 10,000-year-old herb king was already pretty good. However, rumor said that one could not remain in this herb field for too long. This could be considered the first stage of the trial. After a certain amount of time, one had to leave quickly and head to the next stage. The baleful aura is very heavy. Under the layers of gauze, only Xiao Chen's eyes could be seen. However, he could still sense the strangeness of the surroundings. Baleful aura and death qi filled the turbid air. Corpses and bones littered the herb field. Back then, when the heavenly realm shattered, rumor had it that an intense battle had happened in paradise. After tens of thousands of years, the baleful aura did not scatter. This paradise had already turned into a land of danger. This was the reason why everyone did not act rashly while they were in the herb field. While the herb field looked desolate and peaceful, no one knew what dangers hid. No one dared to be careless. As Xiao Qin sized up the mountain peak, he saw a vast herb field with no end in sight. The sky was chaotic. There were 2 extreme energies mixed together, pulling on each other as they slowly circulated. One of the energies was filled with spirituality, like immortal qi, pure and without any impurities. In the past, paradise must have been filled with such pure immortal qi, which allowed it to nurture a vast and boundless herb field. The other energy was extremely turbid, filled with filth, baleful aura, death qi, baleful aura, and resentment. All sorts of terrifying auras formed a turbid, demonic qi. The baleful aura and death qi in the air of this vast herb field all came from this. The 2 energies filled the sky, looking like ink entangling with each other, forming a strange sky. Don't care about that strange person. Quickly start moving. We do not have much time. After familiarizing themselves with the herb field's environment, the super disciples of the various factions could no longer hold back and started searching. The 10,000-year-old herb kings here all turned into spirits. Without some special means, it would be impossible to find them. Let's start as well. Mu Yinzhu withdrew his gaze from Shao Qin. After some thought, he led the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples to search the herb field. Attack! Once you discover a 10,000-year-old herb king, immediately send out a signal. Do not let anyone out. The Universe Origin Sect's Chu Feng shouted coldly, appearing extremely tyrannical. Then he got the Universe Origin Sect disciples to scatter. The boundless herb field was filled with fertile black soil and baleful aura. Aside from spirit herbs, there were also many flourishing weeds and trees. There were all sorts of strange things in the forest. It would not be easy to find spirit herbs here. However, the various super factions were clearly prepared. The Universe Origin Sect disciples all held clumps of flames in their hands. When they encountered spirit herbs, they would get excited. When they encountered weeds and other plants that turned into spirits, they would get frustrated. The Bushin palaces, people formed groups of 2 or 3. The leader controlled a spirit-devouring rat with an extremely strong sense of smell. Even the Heavenly Alliance members were prepared. No one came empty-handed. Only Shao Qin, who was wrapped in bandages and a bedsheet, looked at the herb field helplessly. I have to think of a way. This is too disadvantageous for me. Shao Qin frowned slightly. Then he tried to see if he could take out some secret treasures from the storage rings. In the end, he discovered that this was somewhat difficult. The bandages containing the primal Chaos Heaven replenishing ointment would definitely tear. Shao Chen had not recovered from his injuries yet. He did not want to leave behind any future problems, so he needed to absorb all of the primal Chaos Heaven replenishing ointment's medicinal energy. I got it. All things rejoiced together. A bright light flashed in Shao Chen's eyes. He had absorbed a drop of fiend blood. Back then, he had been able to refine the ice-fire divine origin. He had relied on this drop of fiend blood to explore the entire ice-fire wastelands underground. Perhaps he could do the same now. Chapter 2158. Many spirit herbs hidden in the black soil gave off a dazzling spiritual light that others could not see. Shao Chen could not open the bandage-covered storage rings. However, he could put some things in. Shao Chen leaped down from the peak and formally entered the herb field in paradise. With one look, Shao Chen knew that this black light contained extraordinary might and dense death qi. One of them looked at Shao Chen, who was wrapped in bandages and bedsheets, not daring to underestimate him. The skeleton on the throne must have been a supreme god sovereign or an ancient demonic sovereign who died in the great war between righteous factions and demonic factions 100,000 years ago. Pooh! However, Firmament's Rage was a Dragon's Gate secret technique executed by combining the 5-element divine lightning with the Thunder Great Tao and the flawless Tao domain. Whoosh! 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 Divine Firmament 9 variations, traceless lightning shadow. A hoarse wail rang out. The sword formation collapsed, and the colossal Cyclops tree shook violently. Rumble. The surrounding 5,000 kilometers shook intensely. Even the world trembled. Come out, then. The true spirit herbs were hidden in the soil. Not only were they difficult to find, but they could also easily run into danger if they were not careful. Whoosh! Shao Qin swept his gaze around, and his figure started to move. He cautiously looked in all directions. Shao Chen grunted, and the rebound knocked him back. His palm left the ground as he stood up. I hope it works. The herb field in the Heaven Dragon Palace and the secret realm that the third palace master managed were filled with spirit herbs. That is, Although Xiao Chen had been interrupted earlier, he had memorized the locations of the spirit herbs hidden in the depths of the black soil with a single glance. He left behind a faint purple mark as he rushed towards the Cyclops tree. Instantly, thousands of tree branches fell. Immediately, thousands of tree branches danced around like demons, wielding deadly sabers and swords, instantly launching thousands of attacks. When the boundless ice flame landed on the colossal Cyclops tree, it immediately started burning. A flickering candle flame burned in each of Xiao Chen's eyes. A candle dragon head appeared behind him, and it opened its eyes at the same time. Die. As a result, there were many rough trees and flowers growing in the herb field. At a glance, it was full of weeds. Their concealment technique was exceptionally ingenious. If not for the Cyclops tree's intense struggle earlier, allowing him to sense some unusual fluctuations, he would not have been able to discover these three people. Xiao Chen flew forward. The instant the 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind him, he punched the one-eyed tree with the supreme dragon fist. Firmaments rage. The sharp light turned into a gust of wind and blew towards Xiao Chen's face. The bedsheets tied around Xiao Chen's body fluttered like a cloak. It was as though he was shuttling through a sword array. This sword array looked chaotic, but it actually contained some sort of Dao charm. This was a secret technique that the giant Cyclops tree had comprehended on its own. If anyone disdained it, they would be turned into a hornet's nest on the spot. As the spear thrust forward, the light that erupted out made the expressions of the Hound Lion Empires three change slightly. They felt their auras and Dao domains instantly suppressed. The environment of the herb field before Shaoqin was somewhat complicated. There was spiritual energy that was as pure as immortal qi, as well as extremely filthy demonic qi. However, Xiao Chen did not get careless from the start. He only brought out his flawless Dao domain and moved like a phantom. Xiao Chen did not make any movements, but the bedsheets wrapped around him fluttered, looking as dazzling as a saber light. Instead, it was covered in baleful qi and death qi. Ordinary people would run far away from it and would not linger around it. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression as he slowly activated the fiend blood in his palm. Immediately, the bandage wrapped around his palm gave off a faint red light. A strong wind blew, instantly scattering the roaring aura of an ancient, ferocious beast. A saber light flickered and clashed with the three sword intents, easily blocking them. A trace of horror appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. There was actually a terrifying existence underground. However, that sharpness continued to thrust forward relentlessly. It was like it could pierce through their chests in the next moment. Boom! Seeing that the sword array could not deal any damage to Xiao Chen, the spiral eye on the trunk suddenly shot out a beam of black light. Xiao Chen casually untied the bedsheet and grabbed one of the branches. Then he exerted some force and swept it. Bang! The mountain-like cyclopean tree turned into ashes with one punch from Xiao Chen. It turned into ice shards that drifted down like gray snow. Xiao Chen did not turn around. His voice came out through the bandage around his mouth, sounding somewhat hoarse and scary. Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Indeed, it worked. After verifying that there was no one around, Xiao Chen bent over and touched the black soil with his bandaged hand. Furthermore, this was just an insignificant 10,000-year-old fiend king. Xiao Chen clenched his right hand and completely extinguished its ferocious nature. 500,000 kilometers below, Xiao Chen suddenly discovered piles of corpses. These corpses had existed for an unknown number of years. There were humans, demonic beasts, great, desolate, Aeon, ferocious beasts, Asuras, flood dragon humans, Rakshasa demons. All he saw were corpses. There were even many spirit herbs that looked like weeds growing on the surface. However, the ones buried underground were 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Thousands of tree branches started dancing like treasured sabers being unsheathed, showing their sharpness. Tree branches were cut in half by the saber light and fell down like rain and snow. Xiao Chun moved unimpeded through the sword array of tree branches, approaching the cyclopean tree. It looked like a patch of wild grass. Whoosh! In the next moment, the scene before Xiao Chun changed. The black soil under his feet seemed transparent. Whoosh! 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 Candle dragon eyes. The spiral patterns on the trunk gave off a faint light, flickering like a ferocious beast opening its demonic eye. Whoosh! His Highness was right. You are somewhat strange. To think that you can use your own means to detect spirit herbs. The countless corpses were either prostrating on the ground or kneeling on one knee. None of them dared to get up before the skeleton throne. The Hound Lion Empire was one of the 8 empires controlled by the Bushan Palace. These 3 people should be Xiao Hozun's subordinates. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xiao Chun arrived at a flat piece of land and stopped. In front of him was a towering black tree. The spiral patterns on the trunk looked like the eyes of a ferocious beast. The withered tree branches were like the claws of a ferocious beast, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Xiao Chun continued looking. 5 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers. Xiao Chun discovered more and more corpses. The joy in his eyes grew even more intense. It looks like I cannot stay in this herb field for long. After alarming these corpses, I have to leave quickly. I have to move quickly as well. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chun tilted his body slightly and dodged the black light, not waiting for the cyclopean tree to do anything. Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. If this cyclopean tree was really strong, it would have attacked directly instead of endangering him first. 3 figures appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. They were the Hound Lion Empire's people. With one look, Xiao Chun could tell that this tree was not a spirit herb and could not produce spirit fruits. The 10,000-year-old herb king, Ice Cloud Nation, struggled desperately in Xiao Chun's hand, trying to break free. At this moment, the 3 finally realized how terrifying Xiao Chun was. Horror flashed in their hearts. They could no longer care about anything else, so they turned around and fled. Run! Boundless electric light tore through the sky, and the flawless Tao domain spread out. 3 extremely terrifying auras of ancient ferocious beasts answered Xiao Chun's question. Hidden in the overwhelming auras were 3 cold sword intents, as scary as hungry wolves. Whoosh! The cyclopean tree was already dead. However, Xiao Chun did not stop. With a flip of his hand, he threw a palm strike. A beam of spiritual light charged out of the ground, looking like it purposely charged into the towering hand. Before it could react, Xiao Chun grabbed it. This black light could be said to be extremely abrupt. As long as someone was slightly distracted by the sword formation, they would definitely be hit. Xiao Chun snorted coldly. Then he pulled off the bedsheet and shook it gently. The bedsheet gathered and appeared in his hand like a spear. Then he thrust it forward. Many 10,000-year-old herb kings appeared before Xiao Chun's eyes. He even discovered some 100,000-year-old herb kings and 1,000,000-year-old herb kings. When Xiao Chun turned around, the bedsheet wrapped around Xiao Chun like a cloak again. This was somewhat different from an ordinary herb field. The more you put on an act, the more it proves your cowardice. Dang! 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 Then it hung on a tree branch, weathered by the wind and rain, turning into a dried corpse. After stopping struggling, Xiao Chun looked at it for a while and gave up on consuming it immediately, tossing it into his storage ring. However, Xiao Chun knew that a 10,000-year-old herb king, the ice cloud fruit, grew under the tree. What was truly shocking was that the corpses buried deep underground were all prostrating themselves. You discovered my secret, yet you are still not running. In that case, none of you can leave. Given Xiao Chun's current state, the consequences would be unimaginable if he came in contact with it. Although the disciples of the various major factions had already started searching for spirit herbs, it was better to be safe than sorry. Before activating the fiend blood, Xiao Chen still had to be cautious. Now that Xiao Chen comprehended 3 Dao domains, once he executed it, even a sovereign emperor would find it hard to struggle free if he grabbed them. To ice-attributed cultivators, the ice cloud fruit was a great supplement. It was a 10,000-year-old herb king that could directly raise one's cultivation and Dao domain. It did not even need any special refinement to be consumed directly. Xiao Qin managed to obtain a 10,000-year-old herb king, which did not cause much of a commotion. He crawled all the way until a throne appeared in the depths of the ground. A skeleton wearing a featureless white mask sat on the throne. A group of people knelt respectfully to the skeleton's sides. A wondrous mental fluctuation immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. That was the one-eyed tree threatening Xiao Chen to leave.